Good evening. I will call the City Council meeting to order. It's 5:04 p.m. Deputy Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Gerson is absent. Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Present.
Councilmember Matucci,
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh,
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess a closed session to confer with city manager and the city attorney on agenda matters listed under I'm going to read this again. With the city manager and the city attorney on agenda matters listed under 13A, public employee performance evaluation, 13B, real property conference with real property negotiator, 13C, conference with labor negotiator, 13D, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 13E, public employee discipline, dismissal, release. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code, Section 54957B1, 54956.8, 54957.6, 54956.9D1, 54957 will return after closed session. Thank you. I can start now, right?
Yes, sir.
Not yet.
We will ask for public comment
Right.
before we close, and then we'll officially close and lock the meeting.
Right. We're on items 9A and 13E. Close hearing on the, okay.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Items 9A and 13E. Close hearing on the appeal of Civil Service Commission decision sustaining the termination of a police officer. Now is the time and date and place to hear the appeal of a police officer, paren 11, of the Civil Service Commission's decision to sustain their termination. The hearing is confidential under Penal Code 832.7 and Copley Press versus Superior Court 39, Cal 4th, 1272 and 2006. Who will represent the department in this matter?
Nicholas Grether from Lieber Cassidy Whitmore on behalf of the department.
Thank you. Who will represent the appellant tonight?
Good evening. Corey Glable will represent the appellant tonight.
Thank you. California Government Code 54957B1 provides that consideration of public employee discipline will be conducted in a closed session unless the employee requests to have the hearing in open session. The police officer received notice of their right to have this hearing in open session. It is my understanding that the police officer has requested a closed hearing. Is that still the request?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to be heard prior to this closed appeal? I don't see any. Will anyone who is not required for this appeal please leave council chamber at this time?
Mayor, because the door is closed, I'm just going to confirm.
Good evening, and since this is our first meeting of the new year, Happy New Year. We're now reconvening our city council meeting. It's 7:16 p.m. And I don't believe we need to do another recall. Let's see. I'd like to welcome everyone for joining us in the council chamber, along with everyone watching remotely. We've been in closed session. City Attorney, do you have anything to report out?
Yes, Your Honor. During closed session, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. During closed session under items 9A and 13E, the City Council voted by a vote of 7-0 to uphold the decision of the Civil Service Commission to terminate a police officer.
Thank you. Let's see. Moving on to item 2, flag salute and invocation. We honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there is anyone here in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. Now, please all rise, and Councilman Kaji will lead us in the flag salute, and Councilwoman Kalani in the invocation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pause for a moment of reflection, acknowledging the struggles and challenges that weigh heavily on our world, our country, our state, and our community. Fighting, floods, fires, just to name a few. Let us all be filled with gratitude as we attend tonight's meeting, knowing that we are safe. Lord, in the face of hardships around us, may we be thankful and find strength to act with wisdom, compassion, and resolve. May our decisions today be guided by the hope of a better tomorrow, and may we work together to bring light and hope to those not as fortunate as we are this evening. Bless all who are challenged and those who have dedicated themselves to help and to serve. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Okay. Moving on to item 3, announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chaparian. We are deferring item 10B from Community Development to discuss and consider amendment to the Torrance Municipal Airport Ordinance determining California Environmental Quality Act CEQA exemption, adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code as related to enforcement of the airport ordinance. The item is being deferred to the next meeting on January 28, 2025. We do have supplemental materials on the Torrance City website at torranceca.gov for items 8M from City Manager to approve amendment to grant of easement for water facilities on a portion of city-owned property located at 20500 Madrona Avenue. And as I mentioned, 10B will be coming back. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Just want to make sure everyone in the audience here that item 10B has been deferred to the end of the month. So if you're here for that item, we're not discussing it tonight. Moving on to item 4, I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Motion to waive for the readings.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. I thought we were getting a little rusty in the new year for a while. Item 5, as Councilwoman Kalani referred to, our hearts and thoughts and prayers still go out to all those who have been affected by the fires in the Palisades area in Eaton. I think I want to thank everyone here in the city who's going out, especially our fire and police department going out and providing mutual aid. Appreciate all your service. We have lots of people in the Torrance community offering food and donations. Thank you for reaching out to us. We're going to do our best to keep our website updated so you know exactly what the latest is with respect to the city of Torrance. Consumer Electronics Show. I recently returned from an incredible trip to the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, California. Joined by Councilman Kaji and several city staff, I had the honor of representing the city of Torrance and demonstrating our commitment to advancing economic development, showcasing Torrance as a premier destination for innovation and growth, connecting with key industry leaders from around the world. The highlight of the trip was the groundbreaking announcement by Sony Honda Mobility of America, unveiling their exciting new electric vehicle, Afila, and confirming Torrance as their official Southern California hub. This is more than just a win for our city. This is a pivotal opportunity for job creation, collaboration, and future innovation that will benefit our entire community. In addition to celebrating this achievement, our delegation focused on supporting other local businesses, such as Navitas Semiconductor, which showcased their cutting-edge technology at CES. Their presence reinforced Torrance's reputation as a hub for world-class innovation and creativity. Though the trip was short, CES provided a unique opportunity to position Torrance on a global stage. With more than 140,000 attendees, including international businesses and decision makers from across Asia, Europe, and beyond, we engage in meaningful conversations to attract future investments and partnerships. The insights and connections gained from this trip are invaluable as we continue to pursue sustainable economic growth to strengthen Torrance's status as a center of technological advancement. We also had a chance to meet with close to 50 members of the Hwaseong Business Group visiting from one of our friendship cities in South Korea. We highlighted Torrance's potential as an ideal location for their U.S. market expansion, further fostering our international relationships. I'd like to formally welcome Sony Honda Mobility of America to Torrance. Although their planned private event later this month has been postponed due to the wildfires affecting the region, we remain eager to collaborate with them and look forward to the exciting opportunities this partnership will bring. We look forward to building on these successes for the benefit of our community and its future. The Community Development Department has begun updating the land use element and safety element for the Torrance General Plan. As of December 2nd, 2024, planning staff and city consultant RMM Design Group have initiated the update process through a series of outreach activities and interviews. These efforts include hosting a planning booth at the Holiday Stroll in downtown Torrance, conducting initial virtual group stakeholder interviews, launching and updating a dedicated web page with information about the element updates, and distributing flyers through various communication channels such as Torrance Seasons, the Torrance Unified School District newsletter, social media platforms, the library, and the city's e-newsletter. Tonight, the City Council invites members of the public to participate in an upcoming outreach activity to help sharpen the general plan elements. Please visit the planning booth at the Downtown Street Fair on January 26th from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. The City Council encourages everyone to visit the project website to learn more about the updates and take a short 5-minute questionnaire. Your input is invaluable in ensuring a thorough and inclusive update to the general plan elements. For questions, please contact Plan Division at 310-618-5990 or send an email to cddinfo@torranceca.gov. Thank you. Next one is Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy New Year first. I'd like to request council concurrence to explore the possibility of incorporating beach into the name of our city. By adding beach to Torrance we would align ourselves more closely with our neighboring beach cities and elevate our identity as a coastal community. I'd like to ask staff to explore what steps would be necessary to officially change the city's name to Torrance Beach. The goal would be to highlight our beach and increase recognition for Torrance as a destination and boost tourism. I would like to evaluate the benefits of rebranding, benefits for our businesses as well as for our residential community. I believe this action will benefit to everyone in the city. Let us explore the benefits of rebranding and any legal requirements. As part of this process, I'd like to understand whether the community would support this idea as well. So let us reach out to Torrance community for input. Do I have a concurrence for staff to explore this possibility? Happy New Year.
Assuming that you're a thumbs up, I think that's a 2 thumbs up, so you do not have concurrence. Next one would be Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. The Ad hoc Naming of Public Facilities Committee will convene on Wednesday, January 15th, 2025 at 12 p.m. in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chamber. The purpose of this meeting is to receive an update from staff on potential changes to the public facilities naming policy, review an application to rename the General Aviation Center located at Torrance Municipal Airport Zamperini Field in honor of Frank Robinson, founder of Robinson Helicopter Company. The committee will also receive an update from staff on potential renaming of the Toyota Meeting Hall. All members of the public are welcome to attend. Also, the Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee met on January 6, 2025 for an update on the planning activities for the 63rd Annual Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration. The annual celebration is part of the city's long-standing tradition of honoring and thanking our nation's service members, which will take place on May 16th through the 18th of May, 2025. During the meeting, the committee voted in favor of staff's recommendations to number 1, eliminate the matinee concert and hold one evening concert, which will remain open to the public as well as military members and dignitaries. Number 2, initiate a contract with the Marriott Hotel for hosting high-level military officials. Number 3, propose specific ADA parking areas near City Hall for the 2025 celebration to improve accessibility for residents and visitors with disabilities. The committee has also added additional recommendations for council's consideration to ensure public safety remains a top priority. Number 1, direct staff to incorporate protective barriers around the event. Number 2, explore the feasibility of park and ride service at the Torrance Regional Transit Center or Wilson Park, or both. Number 3, explore the feasibility of an outdoor reception for dignitaries at Museum of Flight or Civic Center. And number 4, follow up with the Del Amo Fashion Center for storage of military equipment or determine an alternate storage location. Staff will bring forth an agenda item at a future City Council meeting for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. In light of the recent devastating wildfires impacting Los Angeles County, I would like to request council concurrence to allow the city manager immediate authority to make decisions related to prospective city collaborations with external parties and sponsorships that directly support relief efforts. This would include potential use of city assets, such as stuff a bus with supplies, in order to enable swift actions and provide necessary assistance to those affected by all the wildfires. I believe this flexibility is essential in responding quickly to the needs of the impacted communities. I also want to take the opportunity to thank city staff for their quick efforts in setting up the very informative webpage at torranceca.gov/incident resource, which provides regularly updated critical information, including support resources, donation opportunities, answers to frequently asked questions, and also features tips from our own emergency management department. With that ask and request, do I have council concurrence on this request for the city manager?
Hang on for a second. I think there's a question from Councilman Gerson.
Since this is by concurrence and not resolution, is this a time limited? Is this open-ended? Is this for now and future fires?
Considering that it is incident specific at this time, I'm just requesting it at this time, and we can revisit that later as it necessitates. But due to the urgent need, I'm just asking for this one time for him to make those decisions.
Okay. Can I see the thumbs up? I see a 7-0.
Thank you.
Moving on, there's no community matters. Going to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers on the orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout materials to the council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. It's 7:32. City clerk, anyone signed up?
Your Honor, I did not receive a sign-up list prior to the meeting starting.
Okay. We have 15 minutes. Are there anyone in the public who wishes to speak under oral communications number 1? Just please go to the microphone and cue yourself in. As soon as you get there, the clock will start.
It's time to celebrate. It's Carol Gillis with the Torrance Rose Float Association, and we won. We won the Princess Trophy. AAS came through and helped us win another trophy, which I'm sure everyone in the city has seen. So here I have flyers to remind us that on February 8th, we're coming together to thank all of our donors, our volunteers, our decorators, our sponsors, our fans, to come and enjoy and share with us our celebration. And you may be lucky enough to either be sitting with the Rose Queen or a member of her court. So come on out, bring your friends. Flyers are available. Tickets are $30. We want them in by January 30th. Please come. It's going to be a great time, and we love to see you. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I just wanted to remind everyone that the design contest for our 2026 float ends on January 30th, so all the designs have to be in at that time. Our student who wins the contest will be riding on the float, as did the student this year. And we have to really like this thing because our students have won an award every single year they've designed our float. So it's very important that we support them for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Bev, and your team for another big win for the city of Torrance in the Rose Parade.
Greetings, Mayor Chin and City Council members. You are invited to the opening reception for Outside In, Burner, and the Anthropocene Foundry LA 2025 at the Torrance Art Museum on Saturday, January 18th from 6 to 9 p.m. Outside In, the Billy Shire collection is a retrospective of lowbrow art, aka pop surrealism. Lowbrow surfaced in the 1960s LA counterculture thanks to the efforts of people like Billy Shire. This movement has moved from the outside to mainstream in. This show includes other heavy hitters like Robert Williams, Mark Ryden, and Gary Panter. Burner is a collection of street and graffiti art, including Banksy's Waiting in Vain. Burner is a term used to describe expertly and elaborately crafted street art. The Anthropocene Foundry LA 2025 Finiteness Infinity is comprised of 6 videos curated by Wilfred Agricola de Cologne from Germany's New Museum
Good evening, Gary Palmer. First, I'd like to recognize all the firefighters helping solve our problems, especially the aerial firefighters who are risking their own lives flying the airplanes and helicopters, the airports which support them, and the flight schools that have trained all those pilots. I'm specifically asking that you take a look, item 8H, on the reauthorization of the money to fund Casper Airport Solutions on the noise monitoring, that you consider requesting them to do a specific piece of additional data to make it easier for pilots to see the total noise levels that they are operating at. So even when they are flying below the limits, they can look to see if different operations allow them to fly quieter so that they can do their own testing versus taking advantage of the 3 tests per month through the noise department.
Good evening, everyone. I am Charlie Salinas. Our bike path at Torrance Beach needs a sidewalk. Now, I've been riding the bike path for 50 years, and it wasn't a problem before, but now we have so many pedestrians down at the Torrance Beach that they're fighting with the bicyclists for space, and it's become a safety hazard. Now, the sidewalks from the Redondo Pier to Torrance, there is a sidewalk, and then from the Torrance Beach on, there is no sidewalk. And I don't know why we couldn't have one. Now, you may say it's not your jurisdiction, that's the state, but I know you have connections, you have ways of getting things done. Maybe you could get that sidewalk put on beside the bicycle path. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak?
Hello everyone, Happy New Year. This is Andy Porchop. I would like to congratulate the Rose Bowl Float organization winning that award for the city of Torrance, representing our broken city. As you could see it if you watched it, our float broke down. That was the only float that had to be towed with a big tow truck. And celebrating that's one thing. Thank God the judging was done before they broke down. So next time, hire somebody with this thing who don't forget to put gasoline in the car. Anyway, the other thing is Torrance Beach is not Torrance Beach because Torrance did not start on the beach. Torrance started 5 miles from the beach and annexed areas after Torrance was named to Torrance. So Torrance Beach is kind of a stupid idea, and we don't have.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak, please come to the mic. Okay, if not, we will move on to the consent.
Your Honor, before Honorable Chairman, City Manager, before we move on to the consent calendar, I'd like to turn over to Chief Dumais to make an announcement regarding the city's efforts in responding to the fires and address some of the community concerns related to hydrants and brush. If that's okay.
Absolutely.
Thank
Chief Dumais.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. David Dumais, Fire Chief. I'd like to take a moment and express my deepest sympathy to those who have suffered such great losses as a result of the Palisades and Eaton fires. These two communities have been devastated by these fires beyond anyone's imagination. I would ask the community to look to the city's webpage, www.torranceca.gov/incident response, one word, for resources and ways to help and provide donations. I would also like to express how proud I am of our Torrance firefighters who've been on the front lines from the inception of the Palisades fire. Our crews have been working tirelessly to make a difference in this community in the face of some extremely dangerous fire conditions. Your firefighters have also stepped up to staff our fire stations here in Torrance and hold up our commitment to maintain a safe and secure community while supporting the Palisades fire. Let's also not forget our Torrance police officers under the command of Chief Hart, who have been providing valuable security details to prevent looting in the Eaton fire areas. This evening, I would like to provide you with an update of our current capabilities regarding water supply and fire hydrant accessibility, brush clearance initiatives, and overall response strategies for the Torrance Fire Department. As you know, the City of Torrance has two water services, the Torrance Water Municipal Water, operated by our Public Works Department, and California Water Service. Torrance Water maintains approximately 2,700 fire hydrants across the city, while Cal Water has approximately 1,000 hydrants. Our hydrants are regularly inspected and maintained to ensure they function correctly during emergencies by Torrance Fire Department, Torrance Public Works, and the California Water Service. All private hydrants, those hydrants that are on private property, are inspected by our Community Risk Reduction Division, CRD, on an annual basis and required to be tested once every 5 years. As you recall, in 2024, the City of Torrance retained a Public Protection Classification Class 1 rating by the Insurance Service Office, ISO, for our structure fire suppression delivery system, which includes water supply availability to fight structure fires. We have held this Class 1 designation for 30 years. Along with Public Works, Fire conducts 2 fire hydrant inspections annually. One is a visual inspection, the other is a flow test. The latter ensures proper hydrant operation and water flow. During large-scale incidents, fire is able to contact Public Works, who can boost pressure to specific areas of the city. This can be done on-site or remotely. As far as brush clearance is concerned, the City of Torrance has not been designated as having a wildfire hazard zone, as are the cases in the Pacific Palisades and Altadena areas. A wildfire zone is defined by fuel loading, slope, fire weather, and other related factors present, including areas where winds have been identified by the department as a major cause of wildfire spread. Our Community Risk Reduction Division has a brush management program. CRD performs annual review inspections of all of our vacant open lots, as well as the property located at Hawthorne and Via Belmonte, otherwise known as Butcher Hill, and City of Torrance sumps to verify brush is not overgrown or dry. Weed abatement would then be required to gain compliance. All complaints are investigated within 24 hours and abated when necessary. Currently, the Torrance Fire Department is deployed at the Palisades Fire. During this fire siege in Southern California, TFD has been able to maintain our everyday staffing levels of 7 fire engines, 2 ladder trucks, 5 rescue ambulances, 6 BLS ambulances, and a platoon commander. We do that every day, all while supporting the state master mutual aid system with 4 fire engines comprising 3 strike teams, which is 5 fire engines and a leader in the Palisades Fire. And these teams work on a 24-hour basis. They work for 24 hours, and they get 24 hours off to get some rest, get some food, and get some sleep. In closing, the City of Torrance Fire Department remains committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of our community through proactive measures in brush clearance and comprehensive emergency response capabilities, and partnering with our Public Works Department for water supply management. Public Works Director Craig Bilazarian is available for any questions regarding our water infrastructure and capacities. I would like to thank you, Mayor Chin, the City Council, City Manager Paria, and all our community for all your well wishes and support as we move through this devastating event and move on to recover and put lives back together. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm available for any questions.
Well, thank you, Chief. Both chiefs, and I would say the entire city, Team Torrance. I think even though we have not been the victims, I think it's very good that we have the opportunity to minimize the pain of those who are suffering and helping our colleagues that are far away. I'm sure when the time comes when we need help, they will come to our aid as well. So thank you. All right. Kind of lost where I am, but I think we're on the consent calendar. Do any members of the council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar? Councilwoman Lewis.
8H.
Okay, 8H. I believe that was flagged by a member just now. Any others? Okay. At this point, I will take a motion to concur with all the items on the consent calendar except 8H. But before that, I'm going to ask the city clerk, may we have numbers and titles for items 8A, 8B, 8C, and 8D, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The first is resolution number 2025-01, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for police trainees and fire recruits beginning January 12th, 2025, and repealing resolution number 2023-06. Resolution number 2025-02, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2014-03, 2017-30, 2018-63, 2019, there is no number after that one, 2024-68, setting forth changes regarding the wages and working conditions of the fire management effective January 15th, 2015. Resolution number 2025-03, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth the hours, wages, and working conditions for certain part-time hourly employees beginning January 1, 2025, and repealing resolution number 2022-145. And last, resolution number 2025-04, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth wages, hours, and working conditions for employees represented by the Torrance Recreation Employees, TRREO, for the period of January 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2028, and repealing resolution number 2023-31.
Make a motion to approve the consent calendar, all items for the exception of 8H.
And the resolutions, I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried.
So for those of you who are here for the Little League baseballs, I saw the motion. Your leases has been renewed. And hopefully we'll have a lot of action pretty soon. Okay, item 8H. So I think we heard a member of the public making a suggestion, and so Councilwoman Lewis, is there a staff member who's going to speak to this, or you want to start asking a question?
I just wanted to ask the question, since we did pull item 10B, can we incorporate the suggestions or the answers to these questions, which I think are actually all valid in talking about noise and how you can pull a noise analysis? Can we incorporate these two into the item when it returns?
Mayor,
When you've had a
council
chance to
members,
look.
Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The item that's returning doesn't have anything to do with this.
The noise.
Right. But what I can say in regards to the request, I could do if you'd like, I could do a separate item that explains this, because the item that's coming back deals with enforcement. It doesn't deal with noise test. I don't want to convolute the item and confuse the topics. I can let you know, though, that if there's a pilot, we do offer the 3 noise tests a month, as well as additional if somebody was having some difficulty. We're able to expand on that. We have not had an overwhelming number of pilots coming asking for noise tests. We held a meet and greet, and there was a list of pilots who stated they wanted to have a noise test. Our environmental quality officer has followed up with them, and those pilots still have not reached back out wanting those noise tests.
Okay.
We wouldn't want them also reaching out directly to our consultant directly.
Correct.
Because one, we'll probably end up paying for that, all that extra work. But what I can do is I can look to see if a pilot wants their raw data, if that's something that we can give out. And if we can, then I think that's something we can just do internally, and that's not something that we would need to come back and ask the council to allow us to do that. So I think internally we can look at these questions, we can see what we can do to accommodate. We're always willing to make changes and accommodate both as requests that the pilots and the residents make, as well as to the Casper system, the noise lab. and to our reporting that we do to our airport commission. So we're constantly making changes to give out more information to try to make ourselves more accessible. So I think we could just actually handle that internally without it having to be part of an agenda item.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure that we were categorizing it correctly, which you have done. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay. Councilman Gerson.
Thank you, Mayor. So through this system, people can make complaints about noise, correct?
Correct.
And are all complaints or all, whether it was caught internally or something that was external complaint, is all of that reported out once the investigation's been completed? Whether, there was a complaint, not valid, or, there was a complaint, went to hearing, like, how does our transparency work as far as complaints and disposition and outcome?
So when they file a complaint through the Noise Lab system, it will first, we get a daily report from Casper that states any potential violations. And the reason why I say potential violations is because there could be, they could have been directed to do something by the tower. There could be other noises that affected something to make a noise monitor go off. So once we get this list from Casper, we have to actually go in and listen to each tower recording to make a determination. But what the system allows is anybody who made a complaint that might relate to one of those potential violations, it will actually link that up first. So we always check those first. We then, after that, we check all the other ones that have come in through Noise Lab. We respond to those where there is a violation that is found. We don't respond to all the ones where there's not a violation because we can get like 3,000 a month, and that we just don't have the capability to respond. And we do unfortunately still have some residents who just consistently report that are not violations. We don't accept emails anymore because of the fact we have this system. If there's someone that we know that is persistent with an email, then we will do a random sampling of them, but we won't check every one of them. So there is a reporting back. They get a notice stating that we received their complaint, and then if it's a valid complaint, then we do let them know it was a valid complaint.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is that all the questions? If we have, I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Community Development Director.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Moving on to hearings. Item 9A was actually heard earlier under closed session, so we will go on to administrative matters. Item 10A from the Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commission and Community Development Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. On November 28, 2023, your honorable body directed staff to develop a beautification awards program that could be implemented to honor property owners who preserve and enhance the beautiful appearance of residential neighborhoods in Torrance. Staff spent time reviewing a number of other cities' beautification award programs, and in April 2024 brought forward an initial draft to the Torrance Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commission, also known as TEQECC, for review and comment. At the conclusion of that discussion, the TEQECC requested a few small changes to the program guidelines to add clarity to the selection process. Staff updated the program guidelines as requested and developed the marketing material, which was brought back to the Commission in October 2024. At that time, the TEQECC approved the updated program guidelines along with the marketing material and recommended they be forwarded to City Council for approval. As a brief overview of the program, the Community Development Department will accept nominations through a nomination form. Staff will sort the nominations by council district and prepare materials for the TQECC to conduct judging. Judging criteria includes curb appeal, pride of ownership, landscape design, structure maintenance, sustainable design features, and contribution to the beautification of Torrance. Award recipients will be selected with up to 2 overall first-place winners in each council district, as well as up to 3 additional honorable mention recipients. The honorees will be announced by the TQECC at a regularly scheduled meeting in late spring, early summer. Recipients will receive a certificate of recognition, a yard sign, and a gift card to a local home improvement store. Funding for this program exists in the Community Development Department operating budget. If approved, staff would prepare the outreach material with the intention of promoting the first annual Beautification Awards program this spring. The Community Development Department will conduct a robust outreach campaign to spread the word about the program, which would include announcements through the city's social media accounts, city council meetings, and registered Torrance homeowners associations. To not overlap with the awarding of winners of the Beautification Awards program with the Climate Smart Awards program, staff will also be evaluating moving the awards ceremony for the Climate Smart Awards program to late summer, early fall. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Great. At this moment, does any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Please come to the microphone.
Hello, everyone. This is Andy Porchop. It was a great presentation from Mr. Ramirez. I just have one more question. So what are the incentives here? So how much I get if I fix up my look of my property? Because, if it's any dough involved here, I might do it. But, I don't want to make it too nice because, all these kids come and egging my house constantly and water ballooning. So I don't see the reason why I would fix up my property, you know what I mean? Plus I don't have too much money. So how much is this gift card would be? Or I would just have the bragging rights and the kids can come and, egging my house and my cars, They never find the kids. Police doesn't even come for 3 hours. Thank you.
Ms. Ramirez?
Mayor, council members, it's a great question. I think the first thing when the question is asked, what is it that's great about this program? I believe it's pride of ownership, and I believe that we all should have pride of ownership, and as a result of having pride of ownership, we want to award those. And one of those again is the nice sign that we will be doing, as well as the gift card. The gift card will probably be in the amount of $50.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll come to the council. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. When we first talked about this, my interest was in the business properties. When I was walking the district from corner to corner to corner, I just saw this one business property that was so beautifully maintained, and I really wanted to recognize them. Will there be a vehicle for us to recognize business properties as well?
Mayor, council members, great question. We started this with the residents, but we can actually do this both a resident and commercial. It'd be exactly the same way. We would run it the same way by districts, and we could do the same way up to 2 winners per district, 3 honorable mentions. It's very easy to make that change and to do it both for residential and commercial, if that's the will of the council.
I would like to do that, and I don't see any other speakers, but I would make that motion if we're ready.
Okay, no one else clicked in. I think run with it.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we approve 10A and add also an opportunity to nominate our business members of our community that also have pride of ownership and maintain their properties well.
I want to thank the Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commission for their work on this as well when I second your motion.
Thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. And at this moment, we're going to call item 10I out of order and to address 10I right now. 10I from the City Manager's Office. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, there is. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager with the city in the City Manager's Office. Is it not working? Microphone on? Hello? Yes? Okay. Need to speak into it. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager with the City Manager's Office. Item 10I is a follow-up item to Council's approval to proceed with planning for a 2-day Irish Fair at Wilson Park to take place this summer. The dates for the event have changed from July 20th and 21st to June 14th and 15th. Council has previously directed staff to identify revenue-generating opportunities related to special events. A 2-day festival has the potential to bring increased visitation to the city, hotel nights for those involved in the event and competitions, and patronage to businesses in the city before and after the event. We also now have a tool available through Placer AI to better track the actual economic impact of events such as the Irish Fair by mapping foot traffic, and we look forward to utilizing that tool for this purpose. At the meeting last year on May 21st, Council approved exemptions to the municipal code that were related to this Irish Fair to allow for animals, overnight camping, and alcohol sales. However, it was not determined at that time if the council would allow for alcohol sales to take place throughout the designated event area or if it should be contained to one specific area or beer garden at the event. Staff are seeking clear direction from council on that point tonight. Additionally, pursuant to the May council meeting, there was council concurrence in August from a council oral to have staff identify city fees and costs associated with holding such a large-scale event and to work with the Irish Fair Foundation to find ways to collaborate and consider offsets or in-kind opportunities to reduce costs to the applicant. The city often provides in-kind services of staff time and materials for various events and activities, particularly if the activity is part of staff's regular course of work. The item before you provides detailed information related to permit fees, staff time, and other city costs. Staff is seeking direction on how council would like to consider any offsets to city fees and costs. If an amount is determined, staff can return with an appropriation from economic assistance funds. And I'm able to answer any questions that you have. And with me tonight also is Mr. Griffin Healy with the Irish Fair Foundation, who may be able to address any specific questions you had related to the event as well.
Okay. Thank you, Fran. At this moment, we will go to the public first. Any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please step up to the microphone.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andy Porchop, and I'm for this festival. And pull out all the plugs, let them drink as much they want. And, you know, because who can celebrate without alcohol? You know what I mean? I was once young. I used to drink a lot and enjoyed it. So, you know, alcohol and Irish festival goes hands in hand. Anyway, so that's good for the city. It's good income for the city because, you know, as all you know, Irish people drink a lot. And they like it, you know, so nothing wrong with that, you know. And when they get drunk, we have little fights, we have this and that. So the police get paid, after the lawyers get paid, the guy go home, beat up the wife, bang, lawsuit, a little this, a little that. So this is all good for the city. Go for it. I'm for it. I'm not going to.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Good evening, Charlie Salinas again. And I was originally against the alcohol being at the park, but I was outvoted. It was going to be alcohol there, but to have everybody go in one center area to consume the alcohol, I don't think is a good idea. Any beer and wine festival, people are roaming around and they can carry their drink with them. You put them in a cage area and they're going to pound down 5 drinks and then go roam around. And I don't think it's going to make the Irish festival a success. I think you need to let them roam around with the drinks.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak? All right, so I think let's bring this up to the council. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm really excited about this event, the potential of this event happening. I did, with all due respect to the last speaker, I respect your comments very much, but I would like to better understand what this beer garden would look like. For me, my feeling is for young individuals to see people walking around with beers doesn't necessarily appeal to me. Where did you think that this beer garden would be? How big would it be? To me, it would almost be easier to control the amount someone's consuming if it was only consumed in a designated area. Can you help explain that a little bit so we can better understand the difference in what the two of us were discussing?
Sure, I can relate the impression that we have, and also Mr. Healy may be able to address how they would handle it as well. We talked about it in our special events team meeting, and a beer garden would be a designated fenced-in area where only those who are over 21 would be able to go. However, the entire event is going to be fenced in as well, and the control of alcohol sales could be handled by having wristbands for those who are over age 21. And then people would be able to have their beer and be able to watch the dance competitions, be with their family, and interact as well. From what I understand, the purchases would be limited to 2 drinks at a time as well, so it wouldn't be, get as many as you can hold.
Right. Okay. Well, that sounds a little better knowing that the whole festival is contained. And then I just would like to restate, as I did previously when this was an oral, that I would like us to consider some kind of in-kind opportunity, because I think bringing an event that yes, there's drinking, but it's also a family event too.
Mhm.
So bringing this kind of cultural family event to our city, I'm really excited about, and I hope that the rest of the council agrees. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the council? Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Fran, for presentation, and Mr. Haley, thank you. Just piggyback on the question posted earlier about the consumption of beer. I know that you said that the 21 years old, they'll have a wristband so they can purchase. Will there be a limit of consumption, the number of beers one can obtain, or you can just keep on buying as many as you want?
From what I was told, they can buy two beers at a time.
At a time?
Yeah.
They can come back
But
and
they
buy
could
more.
come back, yes.
I'd like to see some kind of limit on that.
Okay. If you'd like, I could ask Mr. Healy
Yes,
to
please.
address that.
Thank you.
First of all, my name is Griffin. Oh, hello, Your Honor. I'm Griffin Healy, the president of the Irish Fair Foundation and the Irish Fair itself. We're getting back to the alcohol thing. I've been doing this for some years, and we found, I'll give you one example. At one time, about 30 years ago, I guess, we were at the Equestrian Center in Burbank. And the Question Center had a bar in it. And we sold only the beer for the festival in that bar, which is pretty much a beer garden. And there were more people in there than there was at the fair. And they were, of course, drinking more than their 2 drinks, but they're buying 2 at a time. And nobody really went out and had a lot of fun at the fair. They just got there for the drinks, apparently. So we got rid of that because of the fact that the police chief, which you get to know when we do these things, wasn't really happy with me for getting all these people whacked out. So we decided after that to have a fence around the entire fair, the festival site. And we went to the ABC and asked them how they felt about having beer in these trucks with the little handles on them and have security watching the people that are drinking with the things on their bands on their hands. And we found that a lot less beer was sold. And the reason for that is that when people are out and having fun and eating a hamburger or a corned beef sandwich, allegedly that's Irish, and looking at the bands and watching all the dancers do it and watching over their children and all that sort of thing, they drink at home. If they're going to, the concept of them going to this party to get drunk is not like going to a St. Patrick's Day parade, which I hate going to. It's a place where people enjoy themselves. A lot of people have gotten married after coming to the fair. People meet each other, and we never really actually arrested anybody in 50 years. I've thrown a couple of people out, but I never had to go to the point of arresting or putting something into that position in all those years. So I think we're doing it the right way, and we'd like to keep doing it the right way by not having a beer garden, but having the places be purchased around the area so nobody really has to chug their beers down and get whacked. And that's kind of an Irish way of telling the story, I'm afraid. But anyhow, that's what I found to be. And so I'm asking that we not have the beer garden and have it the way we've been doing it all these years. Okay? Number 2, I'd like to say I thank the city and Fran and everybody that's worked with me, and you too, Mayor Jen. It's been delightful, although it's been a couple of years, but it's been delightful, and I really want to thank you for the help. I'm also the next commander of the American Legion, and we've been doing, and the Ancient Order of Hibernians as well, and we've been doing a lot of stuff for the people in the fair, in the fires, as well as you guys. So, I mean, these are terrible times, actually, and and I want to thank you guys for helping me out. Appreciate you. That's it. Any questions? I suppose I have to ask those, I guess.
Well, there are a few more council members who's clicked in, so they're possibly, so maybe you could just sit near the microphone for now.
All right, I'm right here, sir.
Okay. All right. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I do believe that, the alcoholic beverage control has its own rules and regulations as to how you're supposed to serve or stop serving certain individuals. Alcohol is available everywhere. You go into a bar, you can order as many drinks as you want until they have to cut you off for whatever reason. Restaurants, you can order a beer or even a whiskey and be amongst other family members. You don't have to necessarily, in my opinion, segregate the drinking. Of course, you want to fence it off. You want to have, the ability to identify who's 21 and over and who's not. But if we start putting limitations and everything else, there's people that can, throw down 3 beers and not have a problem. So we're going to put limitations on it. It's, to me, in my opinion, it's no different than going anywhere else that sells alcohol, and I think we just need to treat it as that. These are adults that are purchasing the alcohol just like they would purchase the alcohol, whether they go to Hermosa Beach or anywhere else at the bars. It's the same thing. I would rely heavily on state law. It's already there. I don't think we have to overcomplicate it, in my opinion. And just as long as they follow the state rules with their ABC license The alcohol license is not a Torrance license, it's a state license. They have their own rules. I would say put a perimeter on the event and little bracelets to identify 21 and over, and that's it. I'm not necessarily too crazy about congregating everybody, and I think like the gentleman said, you have to chug down the beer so you can go see the rest of the stuff. You know, I don't think that's actually a healthy alternative, but that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gerson.
Well, I'm going to agree with what you said. You know, just sitting here thinking, I've worked with over 5,000 tweens and teens between teaching and coaching, and having, you know, I'll be bringing my family and being able to have conversations about responsible drinking, irresponsible drinking, especially with a daughter a year away from her college admissions journey, having those conversations earlier rather than waiting for them to get to college and figure it out, or high school parties and figure it out. But in any case, everyone knows I'm not a big drinker unless it's sake. Everyone's laughing because they know it. That's my weakness. But I will be joining you for one drink. I agree. As long as I like how it was described and the experience and trying it out. My questions really are around the city fee and service offset. No one's discussed that. Would you please talk about that a little more?
Sure. In the item, we've included the estimates from the various departments that would be involved in the event. With community services, this is where the park, Wilson Park, where the event will be held. The numbers there are from our fee schedule, but also there's a buyout of lost revenue. That's really based on other picnics and events that would not be able to happen that weekend because of the event. Staff time is not included there because the park rangers would already be assigned to working the park. Community development fees are permit fees for the tents and stages that would need to be inspected. The police department has their fees for having officers there, as well as fire department service officers. There will be a first aid tent, and the police and fire departments will be working together to manage the event, as well as with the private security firm that the fair organizer will be hiring as well. The public works fees that are on here are to develop a traffic plan, because we know this will be a lot of people coming into our city and coming to the park, coming and going at different times. We've looked at different areas, like where Washington Street is on the back side of the park, and having that be a dynamic closure to control the traffic. So looking at the costs of coming up with that traffic plan and then being able to staff that. And typically as I had mentioned earlier, our Public Works Department often does provide that staff time as an in-kind for different events and activities that we have. Some of the other fees would come into play for permits for the vendors, and that would be something that the vendors themselves would be responsible for. What we've done before in big events where there are a large number of vendors is work in partnership with the event coordinator so that we have a list of who all of those vendors are, and it streamlines the process both for all the vendors and for city staff when they're issuing those permits. So all of those things are a little bit dynamic, and these are estimates. But what we've come up with is roughly about $41,000 in city costs and fees. So that's what we're presenting to the council for you to discuss. If you would like us to provide some of these things in kind, some of the permits were required to pay, so would we offset those, which could be done through economic assistance, as we're looking at this being a benefit to the city as a whole. So I hope that explains.
I do, and I wanted to express my support.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. Maybe I missed it in the staff report. Was there a determination, how are the vendors for the beer garden selected? Are they local Torrance breweries? How does that work?
Mr. Healy may address that as well. I believe he usually works with a particular vendor for that, but let me ask him to address that.
All right. How it works is that we have to have a liquor license to do this.
Correct.
And a liquor license has to be given to a person in the state, city, or county to utilize it, us selling beer. And so what I do is I go to a local saloon keeper and get him to agree to lend us his license. We go to the ABC, they approve, and then they give the fair a temporary license for the 2 days.
Okay, so it's one vendor?
Well, from that point on, of course, we have to make some money in this thing. So that guy buys beer from a distributor, and the distributor is the one that donates things in kind to us as well, signage, some beer cups, and that sort of thing. And then of course, we buy barrels of beer from him.
Okay, so I just wanted to know if there was going to be multiple people that needed to get let you use the ABC license, or if it was just one specific vendor.
This is a town that has a lot of home brews, if you will.
Yes, we do.
And
we
I'd
take pride in that too.
And I'd love to bring them in, but first of all, we have to get permission to do all this stuff from you guys. I've started this trip in 2023, and it's been a couple of years, so I really need to get everybody in agreement that we're going to have a fair, that we're doing it the correct way, so I can go out and do the things that you're asking. But basically, what we've done in the past, we get a guy, usually an Irish guy that's part of our deal, and then he goes out and finds people that would like to do it, then he puts it on his liquor license.
Okay, perfect. I mean, I would love to have it to be local.
Yeah, I would
Torrance
too. I think that's
vendors.
kind of great.
And I also think that this is a catalyst for maybe exploring beer gardens and other events that we may have in
Absolutely.
the city. So thank you.
I'm here.
All right, so let me try to help out and make some progress here. I think I could just tell I could feel the temperature in the dais here. I think I could safely say we all are in favor of making this a reality to happen this summer. I believe so. I could kind of see the body language here. And now we just want to see what we can do to make it successful and enjoyable for everyone, and not having everyone suffer at a financial loss while doing this. I looked through some of these fee schedules, and I just want to ask a simple question, because I know I share some people my philosophy of financial discipline. I feel when the city writes out a cash subsidy, that's one category, but a in-kind donation, to me, it's a little different. So to me, I think for things like this, if things on this in your estimates of the 41K, do they all fit in the in-kind, or some is like an in-kind one and some is like a cash? Do you see what I'm trying to get at? Does that make sense to the city staff? You see where I'm formulating some principle of operation. You help me out, someone here. Is there a way we can start carving this without skinning the whole thing in public?
I think it can be both. I'll let Danny chime in.
Thanks, Fran. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. The listing of fees that are included in item 10I are specific fees that would otherwise be received by the city from an event applicant. So if they are intended to be in kind, council would need to direct staff as to how much of in kind, and direct us whether that's coming from the general fund or from some other existing budgeted line items, so that way we can return with an actual appropriation. So staff is requesting a temperature check from council. How much? Is it the whole amount? Is it a portion of? The council doesn't need to tell us it's the CDD fees and not the PW fees. If we just get an amount, we will come back with an actual identified plan as to where to take those funds from, subject to council's direction.
Okay, thank you for that, because, because if when I start reading this, I wasn't sure if most all of it is in kind, other than, like the fire and police, the overtime, things like that. And I was just looking for a natural demarcation. You see what I'm getting at? Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm trying to city manager. There really is no cash contribution, but these are offsets in our budget. And as such, we'll be doing interdepartmental appropriation, as Economic Development Fulton mentioned, Manager Fulton mentioned, it'll be from our Economic Development Fund.
Right.
So it'll be more of an internal shifting of funds
Okay.
to be able to cover whatever council's direction is this evening.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to just speak. I think other people are clicking in. They probably have much better idea. In my mind, if there's a way we can squeeze something out from, I'll call it the vacancy fund, that might be an opportunity. But as an initial starter, just for 41K, I'd be open to start the discussion that we at least provide at least a 50% in kind of what's there. But I'll let other people chime in here. That's kind of like just open a discussion, because I really want this initial event to be successful. I don't want to come back and have Mr. Healy come back and say, shoot, we did all this and we took a loss, and and that's no good for anyone. So, Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious, what is the estimated attendance? Is there any idea?
Great question. We never really know how many people are going to come.
Of course.
But at the end of the day, I can honestly tell you there'll be at least 4,000 people a day, because those are the people that have actually done this before. Over the years, as I've said, there are people that have gotten married, having children. Now their children are having children. And it's really something that's been on everybody's calendar forever. But at the time of the COVID, which stopped the fair, stopped everything really, we're not sure, who's going to come. So with the help of the city, we can absorb some of that problems. And with the fire, I've got at least 10 people that are friends of mine who come to the fair, and their houses are gone. Now, they're not poor or anything. They're not going to wind up in a tent. But on the other hand, it kind of slows things down. So I look at it as the Irish Fair as being something that is good for them, that will come. And even with the American Legion, we've had people, there's a Legion right in the middle of the fire in the Palisades. It's kind of like a rock, and it survived the fire. And we've had meetings in there with helping the people that actually have no place to go. We've got firemen there, we've got policemen there to answer questions for the veterans and everybody else. So basically, the fair is something that's really a lot of fun. And it's something that'll maybe break up. I don't know if they're going to come or not, I guess is the bottom line, We're going to try. We're going to do the social media and all that sort of stuff to get them to realize that we're back, because it's been a couple of years since we've had this fair. Nobody's fault really, but it's when you have it for 49 years in a row. I'm glad for your help, because my ass is on the line on this thing, to tell you the truth.
And do you charge a fee to enter the fair, enter this area?
Well, of course.
Okay.
Of course, but,
What is that fee? Do you have any idea?
Yes, I have. Of course I do.
Okay.
And I will read out the stuff that I did for Fran and the thing, because you'd asked the same question, okay? If you just walked up to the door and didn't know anybody and didn't have a QR code and didn't know anything, but you got cash, it'll cost you $35. Okay. Now, no one's going to pay me $35. Then, I need glasses for this. I'm actually not old enough to have glasses, but it makes me look better. So it's $35 at the door, $30 online for a single ticket.
$25 if you buy it online between the 10th of May and the 1st of June. $22 for seniors and military. 12 years old and under is free. It's also free for active duty in uniform individuals. So that's also free. We also have a family ticket of $80 for 4 people, which makes it $20 a ticket. The sponsors, of course, get tickets. The vendors get 4 of them a day for them, you know, and then the volunteers get tickets and so on. And then, of course, the acts are always trying to get free tickets, the people that are and we have a lot of dancers that are going to be there, about 350 of those. And they have to, the dancers are free, but their parents get a deal too, and that goes through Erin Scott, our dance girl, you know. So basically what I'm trying to do is get $25 a copy, you know, out of all that.
Right, right. I understand. Thank you. And then just a quick question to Ms. Pesson. Hi. No, you're okay. I was waiting till you finished writing. Thank you for taking that information down. If we were to do 10,000 in kind, 20,000 in kind, 30,000 in kind, or the full amount in kind, the city's in a position that we could do that this time to get it off the ground and allow them to establish a foothold here.
Yes, that's correct. When we refer to in-kind, the concept of in-kind meaning their city services in which we already have incurred the cost is how I see it. So for example, city staff time. As Ms. Fulton had mentioned, she didn't include some of those costs because the city staff are already here. So included in the item in terms of staffing time is overtime. So that would be in-kind. In that case, depending on the timing of this, I believe would it be this fiscal year? Next fiscal year. It would, okay, so considering that it is this current fiscal year, then yes, I would be comfortable saying that we could absorb that in-kind contribution.
Okay, thank you. For me, with a marketing background, I think it's resources well spent, again, to bring such a wonderful family kind of event to our city. So I would support this, and I would support oops, sorry about that. I would support the currently requested in-kind amount. Thank you.
I think I just want to make sure, I think we just missed this fiscal year, because if I look at the staff report, it says July.
June.
Did I misread it?
Page 7.
Oh. Okay, just want to make sure. Maybe I was looking at July. So it is June.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It may read a little bit confusing in the item where it mentions about the exemptions to the municipal code were approved when the event was scheduled in July, and it has since been rescheduled to June, the weekend of the 14th and 15th.
Okay.
So it would
All
be
right.
June.
Father's Day, since no one celebrates Father's Day, they might as well just come to the Irish Fair. All right. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I too am excited for this event. I think it's going to be a great event. I am, however, concerned about the in-kind amount. Personally, I think, and I kind of feel like there's a partnership. We're providing the facility, the grounds to do this, and the gentleman's coming in with his expertise and knowledge and being able to bring in hopefully a good crowd. But just like any business, there's expenses involved. I really do think that the in-kind portion of it, in my opinion, I just kind of pulling this number out of the sky, but I think the in-kind donation from the city should not be anything more than $25,000. So at least there's the applicant. I know it's going to be a little bit more expensive than just having everything covered by the city, but I think there should be some skin in the game on both sides. If this is going to be mutually beneficial, I think it's only fair that we, at the very least, split the cost. But I'd be willing to go up to $25,000 in kind towards the event, not the full amount, just to be fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. And listening to Councilman Matucci, you're much more generous in your giving than I am. Given that the Irish Fair has been in existence for a long time, and even with the interruption created by COVID, it would seem to me, since I do hang out with some of my Irish friends who constantly remind me that they're Irish, that I think you have a strong fan base here in the South Bay and in LA County. And I think coming later this year in the summer, especially with what we're experiencing now, I truly believe that it'll be a great event supported by our local community and I think throughout this area. But I do also believe that when we do have events here in the city and when we're approached by different organizations that want to rent space, they pay a fee. They do so on an entrepreneurial basis. They know what the risks are. They have to spend time to heavily market and promote it to their particular fan base. So I can support a subsidy, and I'm interested to see where the other council members come down on this. But I wouldn't look at providing a subsidy every year into the future, because I think once you're established and once you're wildly successful, where you'll have to turn away tens of thousands of people, if that happens, that's a great thing. Yes, sir.
From your mouth to God's ears. But I will tell you now that I have got a lot of expenses. I have to pay for that fence that goes all the way around it. I have to pay for the security. I have to pay for the tents. I have to pay for the stages. So there's a lot of expenses on my part as well, and that of course, this in-kind thing, when I first met the mayor, I never even knew what it was. We never had it before. So I'm delighted. Whatever the hell I get, it's a good thing. You know what I mean? But you're right. I'm going to stay here forever in the city of Torrance. And it will get better, of course. Moving around like a tinker doesn't help things, And the city council has been great. And I think, as a matter of fact, we can work this thing out. But I don't want to be greedy here. I just want to say thank you very much for you considering it. And anything you can do would be great, because we're not sure on the first year, but you're right. I'm not going to need it the second and third year if this thing works. Yes. And I would expect to pay the rent and so on. So this is a good thing to do to get us started. And you guys are my partners. That's the whole concept of this thing. It's a city, it's an Irish Fair of the city of Torrance. So that's my end of my story, I guess.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the explanation. And I support the event. I plan to be there. And I pray that you get to a point where you're going to have such a successful event. It'll be also a taxable event. But thank you.
And if you want, you could probably make it even more successful if somehow the Irish Fair also sells sake for Councilman Gerson. Councilman Gerson, you're up.
Irish sake. Okay. I know I just wanted to say, Mayor, no, I appreciated your 50%, and I like the idea.
Councilwoman Lewis.
So I just want to make sure that I'm accurately reflecting, because I've heard a couple of different amounts tossed around. And keeping in mind, I do support the Irish Fair, but I also want to keep in mind that we have a lot of competing interests as far as it's not the first festival or first event Torrance has ever done. We also need to keep in grips about what we're spending our money on, because $41,000 is a significant amount of money, especially after we have not supplemented other events as well. But, I do want to give this what I would say earnest ground seed money to get it up and going, but not supportive of the full $41,000. So I think I heard a couple of different amounts being tossed out, 50% of that, which is around 20, and I thought I heard another amount as well. If I can just get some clarification on where we are on those amounts.
Yeah, I started out with 50%. I think Councilman Matucci in his head, I think he verbally was saying up to 25K. So those were the two that we kind of kicked on the table so far. We're kind of feel each other out to see where our comfort is to try and get this off the ground, and we're trying to find what the sweet spot is.
Okay, and
Well, I think Assistant Manager Danny Santana has a comment for us.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to put it in perspective, 25% of the $41,000 cost is just shy of $10,400. 50% is $20,770. If the council wanted to do more than that, 75% is $31,156.
okay, so 25% being at 10,400, and then 50% being at 20,770. That's correct. And I am just reconfirming that the city would not enjoy any of the profit share from the festival. That would all. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councilwoman. This is not our event.
Yeah.
There would be incidental benefits to, say, any corporate citizen, restaurants that
Correct.
might have sales transactions as a result of the event. Hopefully, some hotel stays. If the operator is hearing us, we would love that TOT. And for any patrons to come, stay, visit, not just during the event activation, but following, hopefully often.
Okay. Well, I mean, with that being said, I would be supportive with either one of those amounts, but not to exceed the 50% of amount of 20,000. Thank you. Thank you for the totals too.
All right. Maybe we can invite the Council General for the festival, and then maybe we could have some other potential kickoff from the event. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. Just adding to what Councilmember Lewis said earlier and again, and also the opportunity to please work with the local breweries to be involved in any way that they can. Thank you.
I think Councilman Matucci is ready to put the motion on for all of us and proceed.
Yes, I'd like to move that we allow the event to sell alcohol within the fenced perimeter of the event with a wristband proving age compliance with the ABC, and do an in-kind contribution towards the event of not to exceed 50% of the actual cost, up to an amount of $20,700.
I will second that motion.
And then when I mean cost to the city, not the cost of the event, cost to the city.
Still second.
All right.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. I would suggest after the successful event, we can review the data and see how do we make it a super event for year 2.
Oh, absolutely. I totally agree with that, and I want to thank the council for all your help. Don't want to get to because I must know for my friend there, so we'll have some sake for you there somewhere, my boy.
I did that plug-in for you.
So now we're going to have a fair. So I thank you very much. We're going to have a lot of fun, and I applaud you.
Thank you,
and
sir.
especially Fran and Brown. And Albert.
Now the hard work begins. All right. Let's find out where we're at. We're on item 10C from the Community Service Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honor, and members of the City Council. Monica Hart with Community Services. Item 10C, the recommendation of Community Services Director to provide direction on the selection of artworks to be placed on 6 utility boxes in Torrance. In November, the Cultural Arts Commission chose 13 artworks to move forward as their recommendations for consideration for the first 6 utility boxes in Torrance. And we have prepared a presentation with the 6 locations, the 13 artworks recommended by the Cultural Arts Commission. And the presentation also includes the complete 84 art submissions that we received should you want to explore additional artworks for those first 6 boxes. So we have the presentation here. If there are any questions beforehand, I'm happy to happy to go through them. If not, the first set of slides will show you the 6 locations that we believe offer the highest visibility, one in each of the districts for these utility boxes to be wrapped. And if we move forward with the slides, they just show you pictures of the locations. We can move forward. We can continue to move forward. And that's great. And those are 6 of the 12 original locations that were chosen by the Cultural Arts Commission. The next set of slides include the 13 artworks that the Cultural Arts Commission chose out of the 84 submissions that we received, 35 artists, 84 artworks. So this is the first one. They all have the name of the artwork and the artist. And the next. And I don't know if I think that you have also received the list. Did you receive the list as well? Okay, great. So they're also on there. And that was the last of the 13 that the Cultural Arts Commission chose to move forward, hoping that you would consider those first for the first 6 boxes. If you would like to see more of them before discussion, I'm happy to move through them all.
Let me do a clarification, Monica, because I know that as I drive around the city, I know there's some utility boxes, looks like there's already something on there. So these are, am I correct? Some look like it has our standard blue and arches.
We've only have one to date, at right in front of the plunge.
Okay.
That's our.
Oh, really?
That's our officially sanctioned pilot location.
So the one in front of the Costco gas station on Alameda?
That's not a city-sanctioned art installation, Your Honor.
Okay. I know it's green, looks like plants around it, I think that one.
Okay.
Yeah. I was just making sure that, those we won't touch since we already wrapped
That's
those.
not our intent.
Right,
It's to add new ones from the current design to more colorful.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I think, the hard part is how do we select this right now? Have you established a process yet, or because I know that up on the 3rd floor there's a bunch of Post-its. I don't know if my colleagues remember where they put their Post-its on. I hope you transfer what you posted on here.
When we went through them with the Cultural Arts Commission, if you want to move past these 13 to choose, if your Post-its landed on artworks that were not part of these 13, we should probably review those. But with the Cultural Arts Commission, they actually went one by one to make their recommendations, and then they simply took those that had 4 or more in agreement. That was the process that we did with the Cultural Arts Commission.
Your Honor, Mr. President, City Manager, if I may suggest, you may have a process where you could go district by district, and your honorable body may select the one that you would like to install. And if there is a potential tie, maybe you can discuss the next option. We're just trying to, this has been vetted already to the commission.
Oh, okay. Yeah. At first I thought, so the commission already made their selections, looks like.
They're recommending the first set that.
They're recommending the first 13, to choose from the first 13. And it's important to note that there will be many future opportunities. So if you don't get your favorite artwork in a different district, there will be many future opportunities. We've also developed a library. We have 84 right now. And we've developed a library of the artists and the current submissions, and we are always reaching out for more submissions. It will be a fluid library, and we're hoping that as the different businesses in the city see these boxes wrap, that they will step up and sponsor more boxes. We actually have already reached out to over 300 businesses in a close radius of different boxes that were chosen by the Cultural Arts Commission. So they, I think, are waiting to see how they look, how they come about, but we've gotten some positive feedback.
Okay, great. So at this moment, since we need to go to the public, I can go to the public first. Oh, Craig, Public Works.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Craig Bilazarian, Public Works. Just to give the council some background, we have about, this artwork is proposed to be placed on traffic signal cabinets that are owned and operated by the Public Works Department and the city, obviously. We have about 125 signal cabinets throughout the city. So beyond the first 6 that you choose throughout the districts, there's many more. I'm not sure if SCE will be a future partner. I know they have in other cities, but they are a potential partner, and every single traffic signal cabinet has a companion meter pedestal for SCE to provide power to that particular signal. So that's an option as well.
All right.
Potential option, sorry.
Okay. Okay. So at this moment, let's go to the public. Any members of the public who wish to make comment on this, please come to the microphone.
I'm really glad that this has come to a point that's going to be accomplished. It will be up to speed with the other cities that are around us. And I think once the boxes get done, people will view them. Everybody will be happy. Everybody will be smiling. People will be friendly driving their vehicles. And it's a positive thing all the way around. And congratulations.
Thank you. Anyone else who wish to make a comment on this item?
Hi, my name is Andy Porchop, and I like art, and I'm all for this thing. Don't let that bother you guys. 12 years behind, the other cities like Long Beach and stuff. I saw it in Long Beach like 2011 or something. But catching up with the neighbors, that's a good thing, neighbor does, we do it, or keeping up with the Joneses, American saying, I think. Anyway, I'm all for it, I like already what you chose or chosen. I like the pictures already. Go ahead with it. It makes it much more beautiful, those ugly gray or green boxes. And if you could give one for my daughter, she's an artist, so she would be very happy to do one, free.
Thank you. I didn't know you had a daughter. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? All right. We'll come back to the council. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. I say this time and time again, boy, what talent do we have here in Torrance? I mean, our local artists, from everything from designing our rose float to our art to our music. We're a very gifted community. The question that I have is there a way to identify if any of the artists that the commission selected, what maybe districts that they live in? So maybe if you have an artist that submitted from, I'll just use my district, from District 2, then that's the artwork that would appear in District 2.
Well, actually, so originally the Arts Commission the Cultural Arts Commission was hoping to have all of the submissions be from Torrance artists, but we had only about 3 submissions.
Okay.
So we went back to the commission a number of times to extend, and so they currently come from Los Angeles County, Orange County, Ventura, Riverside, San Bernardino and San Diego counties.
Okay.
And we did huge outreach online. We did huge outreach. We actually also included the nomad artists for the Tris Nomad because most of them are local. And we did not ask that question with the submissions. Would you like us to go back and?
No, not necessary. I just thought it would, how cool would it be if you had a artist that submitted it and that artwork could be featured in the district.
One
I
of
think
the
the city manager was gonna.
Councilman, Torrance, City Manager. We hope to use this as inspiration and then leverage our communications division to be able to create content so we can do future call for designs from our local artists, and we can build on this program. As Mr. Bilzerian said, there's several boxes that we can target.
Okay, yeah.
And if I
fantastic.
may add as well, sorry, John LaRock, Community Services Director, we have discussed with the Cultural Arts Commission that when we get to a series of boxes around our local schools, that we would solicit from those schools to design those artworks. So there will be that community connection at that level.
Oh, good, fantastic. And I clearly have my favorites, so I don't know who I'm gonna have to duke it out with to get it, but I've got it picked out. So thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there a length of time that this will stay on the boxes? Are the artists guaranteed forever or guaranteed for 1 year, 2 years?
So the boxes are not only in perpetuity. We also there's funding to make sure that the boxes can be kept up should they suffer from the elements or something like that. And the as is my understanding that also those that sponsor the boxes are able to have their QR codes. They can't advertise, but they can have their QR codes. So it makes sense for us to build this program through sponsorship, corporate sponsorship.
Okay, I guess my question was, will that artwork stay on there for 1 year or?
It will be, yeah, the artwork should stay there until it's no longer, until we have to recover the box. So it should stay there for many years.
Okay, okay. All right, that was one of my questions. And I just want to say to all the artists, these are amazing. It's interesting, all the ones that I chose were from the suggested group, except for number 94. I really like number 94 as well. But just my congratulations to all of the artists. They're beautiful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Matucci.
All right. Well, I'm going to be staring at one every day. But no, I really do appreciate all the work that's gone into it. I mean, when I first heard about the program, I thought, okay, we just, pick a few things, this and that. But I think there's a lot of thought process that went into this. I'm ready to move forward with the Cultural Arts Commission suggestion, including the locations, because there's many boxes in town, and if we don't get our favorite one in a particular place, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think they're all beautiful, especially the ones that they picked. I'd say probably the majority of the ones that were picked by the commission, I had put a little sticker on, so majority of them, not all of them. But anyways, I like the way the presentation of those locations have been put in place, and I'm in favor of going with their recommendation.
Thank you. So right now we have six, pardon me, John. we have six boxes that we can start with. And so we have one in each district. We're hoping to have more sponsored by the city and in the next budget, but certainly by corporations. So since they recommended 13, maybe we need to figure out a way to move forward.
How much would it cost to put my face on one of them? No, I'm kidding. You'll get graffiti right away.
For free.
But I'm ready to move forward with the recommendation. Thank you.
Councilmember, City Council, John LaRock, Community Services. Just to be clear, we are seeking direction for you to choose from the 13 recommended by the Commission to choose 6 for the initial implementation.
I believe they had already identified.
They identified 13.
No, but they had put 6 locations.
Oh, the locations, yes.
Yes,
but
so we are not seeking direction on the locations per se,
Okay.
but on which of the 13 artworks should be affixed to those 6
Oh,
locations.
okay, because I see Enza Lomita has already an artwork attached to it, so I thought that's how this works.
Okay.
Like on page 13.
I have the one that I would take.
Okay, yeah, let's see.
See that? It says location Enza and Lomita, and it has.
I see.
Oh, pardon me. I can respond to that.
Okay,
Pardon me.
okay.
So a couple of the artists requested a location. And
okay.
Yeah, they requested a location with their artwork, and I didn't give
concur with
reason. They didn't give a reason for that, but that was their request. I
Okay, so,
apologize for
okay.
not letting you know that
So I didn't misread it. There.
You are exactly
There
right.
is, okay.
Pardon
Okay,
me
okay.
for that.
I was going crazy for a second. All right, thanks.
So we go to page 3 of the staff report, which is attachment 1. I think on the top is the 13 that you're referring to. So I'm trying to see if my colleagues are trying to ask, is all within the 13, is there a quick way we could reference which ones are in which district? You see, I think that was, I think, okay, all right.
Yes, you choose whichever 6 you want, and if it would be easier.
You know, here's my suggestion, if I may. I'm just gonna go down the dais right here, and then let each of the district council elected give their first choice. I mean, there is a privilege of being elected as a councilman. I'm just giving you that extra privilege. Otherwise, we're gonna be here till midnight, food fighting. Would that work for you guys? Just to start out? Okay. I'll just start from the end, and we'll just go down and see how things fall out.
My first ask would be the one on page 20.
I'm tired
That
of
means,
fight.
you're gonna horse trade later. I see.
Do you have the name on that? I
It
apologize.
says Emily Koyoko Chen,
Got it. Yes, thank you.
Koino Bori.
Thank you.
Okay.
Did I read that right?
About $100, you'll sell it.
That's the one with the, it looks like Japanese fishes and things
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so that would be your request for District 6. Councilman Kaji?
I think you should have started in chronological order.
I was
Yeah,
just
that's what I
trying to be
said.
easy.
Yep,
Just
yep.
Okay, I need to scramble now. Okay, well, since mine is close to El Camino and Alondra Park, what? No, I'm gonna go to page 17, the skateboarder,
Okay.
since there's a skateboard park. Kind of a connection, and it's kind of my image.
So you're on page 17, Untitled by Arnell Go. Okay. All right, we'll go down. Councilwoman Kalani?
I'm going to go with, sorry, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go with 11 because pardon? In downtown Torrance, I think that represents the original Torrance. Thanks. That's my thought.
All right, so on page 11, District 6. Oh, 4. I got the numbers. District 6 was Councilman Gerson. Okay, Councilman Tucci.
All right. Well, you know, Vanessa Andrade did a great job. It's a really cool design. So I'm going to stick with that with a recommendation of box number 0042. Vanessa Andrade. It's Torrance natives.
Which page are you on?
Page 13.
13.
Okay.
Oh my God, I read pretty much the whole thing. What page? Huh? Oh, no, I think she named it Torrance
Torrance
Natives,
Native.
huh?
Yes.
Page 13. Sorry, page 13. Is that better?
Okay. Page 13.
Yeah, I think it's
Torrance
great, yeah.
natives. All right.
It's beautiful. Good job.
Okay. Councilman Sheikh, are you ready?
Well, you know, I wanted to pick 11, but you already picked 11, which is not cool. I'm gonna go with 24. It's now your recommended one, but page 24.
Okay.
Oh, the one with the lighthouse?
The lighthouse.
Got it.
All right. District 3.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you could pick any.
Okay. All right. Councilwoman Lewis.
You wanted 11.
Okay, so this is what I say, since you and I live in the same district. What are you leaning toward?
I like the last one on
Me too.
the one with the, just go to the very end here.
94.
It's cut off. There's a hole in it. It's the very last one.
Below
Oh, with the sea turtles and
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that one.
you know what? I do like that as well. So that's going to be the one for District 2.
Okay. So that's D2. Did we make the process easy? Just Monica?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Okay. That's just a start. All right.
We'll confirm with you before we start the installation, make sure it's the right one you picked.
Okay. All right. Anything else we need to do to close out this item? Do we? Okay. We just did it. All right. Thank you for helping us with this process. I didn't know how to make it easy.
If you can take a vote, Mayor, for the record.
Yes.
Motion to approve the numbers.
Yes. Let's take a motion to for the recommendation of the utility box per our discussion. Should we repeat the numbers? Okay, maybe Monica, you repeat the numbers in the district.
One quick question. Sorry. Will that be graffiti proof? I mean, how are we gonna? Yeah.
It
will that be?
actually, yeah, they're
Okay.
treated.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I was gonna ask.
Treated.
You get a shock treatment when you get to it.
Yes. All right.
I have Councilmember Gerson with page 20. I have Councilmember Kaji with the untitled, and I don't have the page number in front of me. Pardon me. Arnell now, page 17. Thank you. I have Councilmember Kalani with page 11. That would be Nelly Hanas. I have Councilmember Matucci with page 13. That's Torrance Natives by Vanessa Andrade. I have Councilmember Sheikh with page 24, Holly Milstead, Point Vincent Lighthouse. And I have Councilmember Lewis with page 94.
Make a motion to concur with the recommendations with the designated artwork with the designated districts.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. That was not as painful as we thought it was going to be. All right. Moving on to item 10D. From the city clerk, is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Rebecca Poirier, City Clerk. This item is coming forward as a concurrence received by Councilmember Sheikh on July 2nd last year. It's to discuss and consider amending the Torrance Municipal Code regarding changes to commission compensation. And if you did decide to change compensation, you would have to direct me to bring an ordinance back to change our municipal code and to determine that the project is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to sections 15378 and 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines. I queried a number of cities, did a California city clerk listserv, and we received responses from 49 cities, and it is in the item whether they pay their commissioners or not. It really varies all over from different cities. One thing that came up in the research was that one of the cities stated they were providing their commissioners with a W-2 form for taxable income, and the city attorney did consult with an outside tax attorney to see if we should be doing the same, and it was determined we should do the same. So we have started doing that. And I will turn it over to you for consideration. And just as a side note, we do currently have 15 commissioners who have waived their stipend at this time.
Thank you very much. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item, please come to the microphone.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, you've had my 9 questions, in front of you for 2 months now. I have yet to get an answer to them. I do appreciate Councilman Shake asking some of them, so there have been some answered, but I've got about 4 of them I'd like to have answers to. I heard tonight on my question 2 that the city attorney reached out to a tax attorney talking about whether it should have a W-2 or not, and I'll get more back to that. So question 3 is taken care of. I had a question. There's an SSA to determine whether we're employees or not. I guess it's not been filed. I saw on the item that there was some sort of determination we're not employees. We just get a W-2. What I'd like to know is what's wrong with having a 1099 versus a W-2? I've always understood W-2s to be with employees, and we're not employees, so I'm trying to understand why there wasn't a 1099. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item?
This is pork chop time again. I'm not as educated as most of you, but if you give out W-2s and if you pay these people, then they are the employees of the city. And what about then the compensation for their other benefits, like the health and the COPPers and whatever you call them, So anyway, maybe they should be paid on the other hand, because that way you would have candidates who would do the thing, not like these free candidates. They don't have the first thing about the freedom of speech and First Amendment, and they just dumb as hell. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm kind of divided on this, but if it doesn't cost the city too much, might as well just pay them so we have a better pool for you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? I don't see any. Let's bring it up. Let's bring it to the council. Any members of the council who has a question? Or Councilwoman Kalani?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe that's a good point on the W-2 versus the 1099. Can we get some clarification on that?
Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. It's based on the Internal Revenue Code, and there's IRS interpretations and letters that have come out that they are not employees, but you have to give them a W-2 for public officials and appointees. So it doesn't make you an employee. It's just a weird quirk of the IRS code.
Okay, thank you. And then it seems there's only one commissioner that maybe came tonight. Am I able to ask a question about their opinion on this item, or?
Their opinion doesn't matter in relation to the IRS's interpretation.
No. I meant on a different subject. Their opinion on increasing the compensation.
They can ask about compensation. Yeah.
Okay. If the speaker, Mr. Marshall, could you come up and kind of give us your opinion on should it be left the same? Should it be increased? What is your thoughts?
Councilman Kalani, thank you for regarding my opinion as something important to hear. I do think that it would be good to increase the compensation a little bit. I don't think anybody should, because when you multiply that, what do we have? 20 commissions times 7 members, we're looking at 150 people or so. So if you even increase it to $10, that's doubling what the city's already paid, and that's every month. So it's one of those things we have to look at the budget impact. I know you in the council compensation, you were interested in keeping those things down as well. So it's a great honor to serve on a city commission, and I think there should be some skin in the game by the commissioners. So I'm not looking to get rich there, but it would be nice to have a little bit more for the time that are put in, especially on the commissions that, like the planning commission, that meet quite a long time to do their work versus other commissions that are done in under an hour. So I don't know if, right now we have things that are, everybody's compensated the same. I would like to see a little differentiation, but it's up to the council. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I guess just a comment. I respected that very much. I think sometimes some of the commissions are already considered different than others, and they are, but if we're going to do this at all, I think maybe we should consider keeping it the same, just so that there's interest in all the commissions and not just a couple of them. Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for doing all your research and bringing this item with all the information. Do you have the date? When was the last time $10 was made to the commission?
Councilmember Shake, when I looked in the municipal code, most of it was set back in the 60s. A lot, when some of the commissions were set, there are a few commissions who were created in the last couple years. So, but the $10 has stayed the same since about the 60s.
Okay, thank you. And and how many? We have 13 commissions, right? How many commissions? I thought we have 13, not 20.
Yes.
Yeah, so we have 13 commissions. Honestly, I think since 1960 or whatever, it's a $10. There's no way we can really put any price tag to what commissioners do. Being myself on 3 commissions on planning, civil, and library, I understand how much hard work it is, and there's no price tag. And most of the commissioners, they really don't get any recognition from us. This is not replace any recognition. What they're so passionate. I work with so many of them. To make it simple, I agree that we should have one consistent, little bit increase for all these. However, with one thing, keep in mind, we can always opt out. Like right now, we have about 8, how many commissioners they have opt out or waived this?
15.
15 of them already waived out, and that applies to the council too. If any of the council who didn't want to get this compensated, they can opt out too. So it's the same concept. If you do not want to get any stipend, opt out. And again, this is not a price tag for what they do. It's just makes sense to have a little bit more. So I would just recommend to have $50 across the board. And I think that's reasonable. And I would go with that. $50, $50. 50. Oh. You already have a motion? Okay, thank you.
All right. I think looks like we heard from all the council, and looks like we have one member who's ready to do a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we increase the pay to $20 per meeting as to change our municipal code and determine that it's an exempt from CEQA.
Do we have a second?
I just have a question. Sorry.
Okay. Councilwoman Lewis?
So is it my understanding that we're making that to be equally applied for all the commissions and not take any consideration into the quasi-judicial commissions, in which we have 3 of them here in the city? And what I mean by that is we have 3 commissions here in the city that literally make legally binding decisions and put in, as you know, and all commissions are important, but there are at least 2, if not 3 commissions that put in a significant amount of external work. And those generally are planning, civil service, and environmental that do a lot of extensive research. So are we trying to say we're going to make it 20 across the board for everyone, or are we going to carve out a consideration for the quasi-judicial ones?
I'll let Councilman Matucci respond.
Yeah, I know, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying about our planning commission. I know those meetings are lengthy and agendas are thick. I feel like we should, in my heart, I feel like we should treat everybody the same. I think it's a great thing that people do, applying for those commissions, whether it's extensive or not. I think they all play a vital role in the city. But I mean, I'd be open to discussing maybe a larger pay per meeting. I mean, it's nothing to retire on, that's for sure, but it's more of a thank you for spending so much time. What were you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, you see some of the boxes, you probably can't see it from the TV, but just like the box that our city attorney Sullivan has, our commissioners actually take that same very box home and go through that, where and planning does pretty much the same thing, where they're here. Most commissions, those commissions in particularly, may meet once a week for hours on end. So I'd be interested, and I know there's a motion on the floor, to see what, if we can, to see what.
Me personally, I'm willing to change my motion to put the civil service, planning, and environmental at $50 per meeting, and the rest at $20 per meeting. I'd be willing to change it to that.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question, or you want to have?
Yeah, right now we're kind of in the middle of a half a motion right now, I think.
It's similar to what he's asking, so it's just want to know, can any of those commission can get reimbursed what they spend, like travel, Madam Clerk? If they go for.
They only get reimbursed if the city sends them to a conference.
They don't.
No, they don't get reimbursed for any travel unless the city sends them to a conference that relates to their commission.
Then they get, okay. Yeah, thank you.
I think
Okay, there's a motion on the floor in a second.
Okay, can you repeat your motion?
Yes, the motion is that civil service, planning, and environmental would be compensated or reimbursed or whatever, in kind, I don't know, whatever it's called, stipend, there you go, keyword, $50 per meeting. The rest of the commissioners would be at $20 per meeting. So we're instructing to change the municipal code, and we have determined that this is exempt from CEQA.
I second.
Okay. I was
I
going
see
to let
confused
some
eyes.
folks make some opinion before the
sorry?
vote.
Well, yeah, now that a motion and second's been placed, it's irrelevant, but I like
Youth
where the
council is
conversation
compensated?
was going, and I don't like where the conversation has gone. Like, I like where we were
Exact-
originally going, as Councilmember Kalani had said, and Councilmember Matucci was going. I don't like this reversal.
So what we can do is understand, we can take the vote, and if it doesn't go, we will
yeah.
be an alternate.
I just liked your original direction. And now that we've totally switched and we jumped forward and we kind of, the conversation stopped. Because there was a second on the floor of the old one.
Right.
That got ignored by the double conversation, which then resulted in a second disappearing and a new second coming under the new one.
Right.
So that first second should still count before we totally reversed, but.
Yeah, so I think this is where, I understand where you're getting at. That's why I jumped in, because I didn't want anyone to feel like, they didn't have an opportunity to speak. So let's go back where I think we were at, and we could decide how we want to go.
I apologize, I didn't hear the first second.
Okay.
I didn't hear him voice
Okay,
it.
I think originally, Councilman Matucci was going to do a flat-out
$20, yes.
$20.
He made the motion.
Just
I didn't
changed from the
hear
10 to the
second.
20 across the board. And I think there was, and I think Councilwoman Kalani was second. We did not take the vote because we allowed Councilwoman Lewis to make a comment or question.
Okay, I didn't hear Councilmember Kalani second it.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I didn't see it click
yeah,
in.
she did.
Okay. So I'll clear Councilmember Codgy.
So at this point, I just want to just making sure that, at least checking out with our city attorney, probably we
Yeah, so-
could have just went for the vote, or they
Right.
retracted.
Traditionally, and I missed the second as well, the first motion and second would get voted on.
Right.
Unless there was a substitute motion, which would then replace the first motion.
Yeah, I think the way the sequence went, if I recall correctly, my colleagues had checked, I think there was a second on the original, which is a very simple and clean, just change whatever it is, that everywhere that says $10 today, change it to 20. I think that was the original one. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, that motion is captured. Councilmember Matucci made the motion for $20 across the board. Councilmember Kalani seconded it. And I'll have you guys vote on that one first. Start
Oh.
voting, please.
Hold on, there was a, I'm sorry, just for clarification, the youth council is not included in the,
I'm sorry?
the youth council?
Right.
I think there was, that they're not considered in the, as
Correct.
commissioners, right?
It's everywhere where currently that says $10.
Yeah.
We'll
It would go
change to 20.
Okay. Okay, just for clarification. Thank you. All right.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji and Councilmember Sheikh voting no.
Okay, so since that passed, I think that took care of that. All right. Thank you very much, and on behalf of the city council, we do thank all the commissioners for your time and involvement with the city. Let's see, we're on, that was D, so we're on item 10E from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, there is. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor and Council. Logan Galimi, Management Assistant in Finance and former Management Aide in the City Manager's Office. Item 10E is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council review and provide direction on the external lighting policy for city facilities. This is follow-up now that multiple city facilities have been equipped with external lighting systems. This policy outlines the approved process for using said lighting systems, including reserving certain authorities to mayor and council. I believe we have a staff presentation. So some of the background is that we've equipped 3 facilities with external lights, including the City Hall, the Torrance Historical Museum, and the Mary Kay Giordana Regional Transit Center. You can go next slide. We've consulted some other cities' policies, including San Diego County has a robust policy regarding cities' external lighting systems, but then the city of Los Angeles and the city and county of San Francisco have informal procedures. So we've consulted those just as a reference check. Next slide. So the actual policy that we're proposing, you can go to the next slide. We're considering defining city council, external lights and the external lighting system, holidays, lighting events, mayor pro tempore, and patriotic days. I apologize. I think some of the formatting in one meeting caused the definition section to get a little messed up, but we're looking into that. You can go to the next. The basic is that the city manager would have the authority to light up city facilities with traditional white lights in patriotic day colors, red, white, and blue, and also for city hall non-religious recognized holidays. Next slide. City Council retains the right to decide when and how city facilities' external lights are illuminated for any day and event, and that includes other holidays that aren't observed by City Hall. And staff envisions this to be more of a concurrence rather than a formal council item. Next slide. And the mayor, in order to respond to championship achievements from Los Angeles area professional teams and Torrance high schools would have the discretion to request lights be lit up within a 72-hour period with those teams' colors, and it would pass to the mayor pro tem in the mayor's absence. The public authority, the external lighting system of city facilities are not intended to serve as a forum for free expression by the public. It's up to council and mayor and city manager. So with that said, staff recommends that the city council provide direction on the draft external lighting policy for city facilities. Following council's direction, the city manager's office will finalize and implement the policy per council's direction. Thank you so much. And do you have any questions?
Thank you. I'll take the public first. Anyone from the public who has comments on this item, please come to the microphone.
Hi, I'm Andy Porchap. I like the idea. I think the city hall and everything would look better, lit up. Especially, I like the red, white, and blue colors. That's my favorite. And I just speak on it because, I don't want you to feel like, the people don't care or don't come to this meeting. So go for it. And I bet these are like, how you call them, LED lights, so they don't, are they? So they don't use too much electricity, but it's worth it, people drive by the city hall and stuff and look at it, I'm all for it. Thank you very much. I use my time.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, I'll bring it to the council. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. So the question I have is, if we want to rapidly respond to championship events, why don't we just put the authority in there instead of having to go through the mayor or the mayor pro tem? Just do it.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. We could very simply make that edit. We just wanted to provide a draft template, cover as many bases as we could, and then receive your direction prior to implementation, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I think instead of running people down, we just go ahead and do it. I think we're pretty clear on what the colors are in the LA region and especially in Torrance. So here's my other question. Let's just say, suppose it, that we are just a sports mecca here in Torrance and we have two schools that have two championships at the same time. How does that work?
If I could offer a suggestion, we can do either flipping of a coin or whoever recorded their championship first.
Okay.
Or we can rotate.
Or just rotate it out. And I also want to acknowledge Councilmember Sheikh. I think this was his original idea. The initial estimate came back a little high, and our team, especially community services and our general services team, really got together and figured out a way to get it done. And seeing it lit up in red, white, and blue and at Christmas time was really amazing. But sans that one change, just go ahead and just do it. I love the idea. Thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm a little bit unclear on city manager authority. How would our city manager determine? Are you going to consult with us?
It's Adam Torrance, city manager, council member. For example, the July 4th is pretty straightforward. It's a city holiday. We have the associated colors, red, white, and blue. We don't need to get council concurrence. If Valentine's was a holiday, then we'll have it as pink, but it's not. But any other city official holiday that has any associated celebratory color theme, that would fall within my authority. I'd rather council provide the direction or the mayor, but we figured those were pretty routine in nature.
Yeah, I just don't want.
And the standard white.
Right.
That's the base. That's the
That'll work
default.
too, as long as it's not dark. I think I do not want to have any religious affiliation. You know, that will be, we should.
That is correct. None of the religious holidays, unless they're, again, last year I took liberty following prior year direction as far as Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, and Christmas. And if those are standing rotations, since the holidays will vary, we try to be fair and equitable. And if there are any other religions that we haven't considered, they'll fall within your concurrence option as council to direct staff.
All right, thank you. I like that. All right, thanks.
Councilwoman Lewis.
One more question. Did we also consider, well, we said non-holidays, so are we talking about those awareness months like breast cancer awareness? We do pink, autism, I think we do purple. Okay.
Great question, Councilwoman Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Again, those would be subject to council oral, and then just give us the thumbs and we'll implement it.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'm giving you guys a couple of seconds because someone may motion and someone may click in. Okay.
Next year, to coincide with the Lunar New Year show, we should light up the City Hall in red and gold.
Somebody might think, why are we celebrating USA Trojans, huh? Sometimes you can't win when it comes to things like this. All right, looks like we have a motion, Councilwoman Lewis.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the lighting policy to reflect that we just do the lighting and proceed.
Councilwoman Lewis, before we take the second vote, I just want to suggest the amendments the way it's written. I think we talked about it. We're on page 4, the definition of mayor, to change that to the elected mayor who presides over city council meetings. That's a simple and clear. And then the definition of mayor pro tem, I believe the way our city does it is the city council member designated to serve as mayor pro tem. And we could strike out in the part that says we elected by the city council. I don't think we do that.
Mayor, with the recommended adjustments, we won't even need the definition. So we could actually strike out mayor, we could strike out mayor pro tem, and we can strike out the mayor authority because we're just going to give that set the rapidly response. We're just going to do it without the authority. So that would be striking out those definitions of mayor, mayor pro tem, and then striking out section XXX-20 because we're just going to go ahead and light it up depending on what team or school colors it is. I'm sorry. Activate the appropriate colors.
Illuminate.
For the city. I think that's what we mentioned earlier, that we were just going to do it. So with that, we don't need the definitions.
Right. Okay, I just want to make sure we capture that to be consistent.
We got it, Mayor.
All right.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, well, let's keep it rolling. Item 10F from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Ian Daly with the City Manager's Office. Give me one sec, just trying to get this to look clear. There we go, okay. Tonight I'll be presenting to you an overview of the initial findings with respect to the potential annexation of El Camino Village into the City of Torrance. Before I dive in, I'd like to extend my thanks to the departments that contribute to this initial report, including the Finance Department, Police and Fire, as well as Community Services. This item is before your honorable body as a result of an oral request made at the August 13th, 2024 council meeting. In taking on this effort, DTA was secured to help identify the initial fiscal impacts of the general fund specifically. This study focused in on the main areas of police, fire, and libraries, and the initial report for these findings is before your honorable body to provide direction to staff. Staff would like to call out the limitations of this analysis, recognizing it's a rough order of magnitude exercise that would require additional analysis and research to understand the full impacts. Firstly, this only examines the impacts to the general fund. It does not include impacts to other funds such as gas tax or SB1 that would be involved in repairing roads. It does not analyze the impacts to enterprise funds such as sanitation or sewer. With respect to the general fund, it does not fully represent cost impacts to Park Services Division of the Community Services Department or the Public Works Department, which would come with additional cost impacts varying on the scope of the annexation. Finally, these cost estimates are intended to provide, as I mentioned, a rough order of magnitude and are not intended to serve as a budget to implement this effort. And further research coordination with impacted entities, including the county, and cost estimation services would be required to fully understand all of these details. To give a sense of the area in question, El Camino Village includes 1,761 parcels. It's about 1.1 square miles. There are 2,804 households and 208 businesses. In total, there are approximately 8,300 residents with nearly 1,100 employees working in the area. This translates to 8,825 persons served, and this represents 100% of the residents and 50% of the employee count due to their being in the vicinity 8 out of the 16 hours, ignoring nighttime, of course. It's worth noting that El Camino College and Alondra Park are public spaces and are not subject to property tax. Staff consulted with the Los Angeles Land Area Formation Commission, also known as LAFCO, to understand the process of annexation. It's a comprehensive process that would require a municipal service review to understand if the city is equipped to provide a sufficient level of service. Additionally, there's an outreach process that would be conducted by LAFCO to determine if an election is required to annex the area in question. This process mirrors that of the Proposition 218 hearing process for our sanitation, sewer, and water rates, in that notice would be given, and unless 25% of registered voters protest, the annexation would be deemed approved. If that threshold is met and more than 25% of the registered voters protest it, then it would require an election to determine the outcome. Additionally, in terms of scope of the change on residents, they would then pay Torrance's current tax rates. For example, with sales tax, this would be inclusive of the half-cent increase in sales tax under Measure SST. For utility users tax, they would pay the 6.5% for all utilities except water at the 6% rate instead of the county's current 4.5%. Conversely, the transient occupancy tax rate would fall 1% to Torrance's 11%, the county's at 12%. And finally, the split of the 1% tax rate for property taxes would be subject to negotiations with the county as part of this process. It's also worth noting that an annexation would not result in the immediate change with respect to school districts or water service boundaries. Currently, the city is home to nearly 355 acres of open space, and should the annexation take place and Alondra Park be included, that would add an additional approximately 204 acres to the count. As previously noted, it would require additional research and analysis to estimate the cost impacts of both the park and the golf course if they were included in the annexation. It's not included in this report. Now we'll shift to impacts on response times specific to the police department. As previously noted, the potential annexation of El Camino Village would come with an additional 8,825 persons to be served. In consultation with the police department, additional staffing would be required to maintain the current level of service across the community. Additionally, as the service area continues to expand north further, the build-out of a substation at McMaster Park should be considered as part of this effort. With respect to fire response times, the analysis is a bit more complicated and detailed. First, the National Fire Protection Association, also known as NFPA, sets response time standards that the city mirrors. This includes a first unit on scene, for example, a fire engine, at 4 minutes or less. It further sets the standard for truck companies or a ladder truck at 8 minutes or less. With respect to El Camino Village, the nearest fire station is Fire Station 3, and the nearest fire station that houses a ladder truck is Fire Station 1. To examine this, staff conducted an exercise evaluating current fire stations to determine if they were adequate to service this new area. As shown on the map, the area outlined in red represents the area of El Camino Village, and the shaded area in yellow represents the 4-minute response time coverage. As you can see, the 4-minute NFPA standard is not met, and this would also place, it's also worth noting this would place additional strain on the existing coverage area for Fire Station 3 as it exists today. Staff also analyzed the 8-minute response time for a ladder truck from Fire Station 1. The red area on top signifies the El Camino Village area, and the green shaded area shows the 8-minute response time coverage map. Similar to the previous slide, the NFPA standard is not met, and it's also worth noting again, this would place additional strain on the current coverage area for existing Fire Station 1. So as a result of the previous two slides, it was evident an additional fire station would be required to meet those standards. The first location explored was on the El Camino campus at the training center. And the map on this slide shows a 4-minute response time coverage map relative to the El Camino Village area, demonstrating that the 4-minute requirement is not met, ruling out that location. Based on these previous results, staff explored another location central to the El Camino Village area, looking at Manhattan Beach Boulevard along Alondra Park and the golf course property, assuming it would be constructed there. As you can see on this map, this location does satisfy the 4-minute NFPA response time. And it's also worth noting this location would be the city's 3rd fire station that would house a ladder truck. And it's also, in addition to that, worth noting that as a result of adding this fire station at this location and it housing a ladder truck, this would provide a resulting benefit of that to the area of Fire Station 3 with the additional resources in the area. Now transitioning to the fiscal impacts of the effort. So on this slide, we've outlined a cost estimate for one-time costs related to the fire department, which totals $23.7 million. The main cost driver here is, of course, we just touched on a newly constructed fire station, which assumes no purchase price of the land and totals $19 million. To properly equip this new fire station with the necessary vehicles and equipment, we would have to purchase a fire engine, ladder truck, ALS ambulance, BLS ambulance, and a battalion chief vehicle, as well as equip them with the necessary equipment. For the police department, with respect to one-time costs, we've estimated that in the neighborhood of $3.5 million. This is largely driven by the cost estimate to build out the substation we mentioned earlier at McMaster Park, the purchase of 7 police vehicles, as well as 13 radios and uniforms. On this slide, we'll examine the recurring cost impacts. So in total, it's estimated that about $5 million in recurring major revenues would be received through property tax, sales tax, transient occupancy tax, and utility users tax. For property tax, of the 1%, the county currently receives 29.01% to their general fund, 16.36% with respect to fire protection services, and 2.17% for library services. So in the model we're presenting, we're assuming that the city would receive 50% of that 29% to the general fund and all of the other numbers I just mentioned. So the 16% with respect to fire protection and 2.17% with respect to library services. As I mentioned earlier on in the presentation, these percentages are ultimately subject to negotiation. It's worth noting that our consultant advised that they typically see these splits for the general fund portion, where I said that we were assuming 50%, they see that falling somewhere in the 25 to 50%, but we're including the higher range for this report. The VLF amount related to property tax is calculated at 48 cents per 1,000. That's consistent with what we receive as a city now in Torrance. With respect to sales tax, this estimate was calculated in consultation with HDL, the city's sales tax consultant, who has access to detailed reports. This is inclusive of the Bradley Burns core 1%, as well as the additional 0.5% measure SST. Excuse me. For transient occupancy tax, there is one known hotel providing short-term rental services. Estimates were derived for average daily rates and occupancy rates to determine the revenue estimate received there. For utility users tax, a comprehensive analysis of the different uses of the parcels along with expected consumption rates were used to derive that estimate. With respect to the expenditure side, two different approaches were leveraged. So for police and libraries, a persons served approach was conducted. And so with this approach, we look at the budgets for these two particular areas. We control for the fixed costs to exclude those, and then calculate a ratio using the Torrance's current figure of 205,376 persons served. So that's our population plus 50% of employees, consistent with the El Camino Village numbers that we were discussed. That rate then gets applied to the 8,825 persons served that come as part of the El Camino Village annexation to give us an estimated budget impact of additional costs that we would incur as a city. With respect to the fire department, we used a case study approach. With the fire department, the person served linear cost model doesn't work because of the style of fire station that would be required to service this area. As we mentioned, it would require a ladder truck and really everything. It would be the third of our largest fire stations. So the total cost estimate for this analysis came in at $12.2 million, of which $10.6 million relates to staffing specifically. The remaining amount supports non-wage activities like supplies, materials, future vehicle replacement set-asides, and expanded costs surrounding workers' comp and liability. For a grand total recurring operating deficit of $11.5 million. To peel back the staffing a bit further in the fire department, since it's the single largest number and cost driver as part of this analysis, this slide breaks this down, showing that 39 FTE costing $10.6 million to staff the fire engine, ladder truck, rescue ambulance, and BLS ambulance housed at this location, as well as adding battalion chiefs to maintain a proper span of control for the 3 operating shifts across the entire city. In an effort to distill down all of the different fiscal impacts previously explained, I've provided this summary level information here on this slide. As shown in the top section, we note an estimated $27.2 million in one-time costs, and in the bottom section, note an approximate $11.5 million operating deficit that would result from this annexation. This projected operating deficit would, of course, require reductions in other areas to ensure a balanced budget prospectively. In conclusion, recommendation for this item is to have council receive the update and provide direction to staff on next steps and whether the potential annexation of El Camino Village should be pursued further. Should council decide to pursue the effort further, we have outlined some of the major next steps on this slide. Staff would need to further refine the cost estimates of the general fund, determine cost impacts for all non-general fund sources, identify areas and services to reduce and or eliminate to provide for a balanced budget, engage with cities impacted through the annexation with respect to spheres of influence, that would include Hawthorne and or Lawndale, as well as engage with the county to refine impacts related to Alondra Park and the golf course. And as additional research is conducted, staff would provide periodic updates to council. With that, I conclude my presentation, and I'm available for any questions as well as the departments that helped support this report as well. Thank you.
Thank you. This time we'll take public comment on this item. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Please step up to the microphone.
Hello, this is Porchap again. A great presentation. Only thing it did not cover, how much we're gonna get out of this deal. Because, building new fire stations, building new police stations, spending these millions and millions and millions of dollars, and in the whole presentation, not one sentence, how much we're gonna rake in. And I was born in Gypsyland in a big city, and it was always problem there. The bigger a city, the bigger the problems. Let me remind you, 2 years ago, the city financially was down on number 3 from the bottom, where the frog poop chute is, So these guys who barely could manage the city, you want to expand the city? Give me a break.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? I don't see any, so we'll come to the council. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for getting some of our preliminary numbers. Obviously, they don't look very good on paper, but I think we need to look beyond, these initial numbers, in my opinion. We have to have a vision for the expansion of our city. The one thing that cities across California, Los Angeles, especially Los Angeles County, one thing they don't have the opportunity to do every day is to expand their territory. And 1.1 square miles is basically, you're adding almost the size of Hermosa Beach to the city of Torrance. I know it's a lot of work. It's somewhat scary to look at these numbers, but there's, I think, an opportunity here that may come once in a lifetime to be able to expand our territory. We've done it before, and I think we can continue doing this at least for one last time, because we're going to run out of land around us. Looking at these numbers, I get the feeling that residential neighborhoods aren't very good for cities, and I sometimes wonder, looking at this, I wonder why we annexed the Riviera and I guess parts of the Seaside, even Southwood. Why even have those neighborhoods? Looking at these numbers, it almost seems like we'd be better off just giving it back to the county or giving it to Redondo Beach. We'd be more profitable. I find the numbers to be maybe overinflated. I know we're trying to take a conservative approach to these numbers and not underestimate them. And I also believe that we're underestimating heavily the potential for revenue. I wish to see us move forward with further study as to what needs to be done, and maybe more of an in-depth look at potential for redevelopment. I mean, if you look at the properties along Crenshaw and Marine, all those properties are just great, great, beautiful, high visibility, high accessibility properties that I could just see one day being redeveloped into a beautiful part of our city. Right now, I just see 1.1 square miles of opportunity for the city. And I just hope that we don't get scared off on the 11.5 million recurring in the red. Like I said before, I really do think there's a huge opportunity that we'd be missing out if we don't at least proceed with doing further study on this. So that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. I think this is a good starting point. Going back to the original oral that I presented, I think it gives us a first look at how the city of Torrance can consider moving forward and offering our range of services to those residents who live in El Camino Village. I did read through the report, the DTA report, and also listening to the presentation tonight, and I have a few comments. El Camino College has about, I think, a student body of about 35,000, and I think a staffing of about 1,500 employees. So it's quite a significant institution in the South Bay, and given the number of students who are there on campus every day, it generates quite a bit of revenue to the surrounding businesses in the area, I think also including the city of Torrance. Additionally, looking at Alondra Park Golf Course, that is a golf course which is owned and operated by the county on a contract with the current operator, which is American Golf Corporation. And American Golf Corporation also operates a number of other county courses, Los Angeles County, also I believe in the city of Long Beach. But Alondra Park is one of the most highly trafficked golf courses in the LA County Parks and Recreation golf system. So I believe that American Golf, as the operator, will be able to utilize the trust fund, which has been established at all the county courses, but at Alondra Park, I believe there's about $7 million in the trust fund for capital improvements. I've heard that there are plans to add lights to the par 3 18-hole golf course, and also to make improvements to the driving range and the clubhouse, which have been underutilized in the past. So I raise that issue because in addition to green fees that are paid to the county, cart fees, there is also a potential to increase sales tax revenue at the facility through food and beverage sales and banqueting. So I believe that we should look at that going forward as another potential source of revenue. And I'm not sure if any sales generated at El Camino College are also considered sales taxable to the city of Torrance, should that be part of the annexation. I do like the idea that if the annexation goes forward, we'll be able to add to our recreational and open space. And as we've had discussions here in the city council, it's hard to create additional open space. But as I think some of you know, what led to this this oral going forward was the tragic incident that happened a little more than a year ago when one of our residents in North Torrance was murdered on the campus at El Camino College. So that, to me, identifies a tremendous need for safety, both police and fire. And I believe that our city can offer the best to those residents who live in El Camino Village, to the students and faculty who do go to El Camino College, and also to the other visitors to Alondra Park and to the golf course. I really believe that as I've talked to the residents in El Camino Village, they are and this is through the Neighborhood Watch Group, there is a tremendous interest in being a part of the city of Torrance. They've lived there forever, they shop here, they go to our hospitals, but if they do see this as an opportunity, they don't see themselves as being a drag on the city's economy. If anything, they see their inclusion in the city as helping to add to the to the city's economy overall. So I know these are initial numbers. I know that some of the numbers used are capital improvement numbers if we do have to expand the facility at McMaster Park as a substation, if we do have to build out a large fire station at Alondra Park. And those are understandable because those don't currently exist. But I think those kind of costs, which are long-term investments in an expanded city of Torrance, will add to the layer of service that we currently have and do it in a very proactive way. So I'm looking forward to advancing this discussion, looking at some of the other areas where we can enhance or identify other revenues. So this isn't, to me, it's like it's like any sort of development project. At the beginning, you have to look at what the costs are, but I do believe that if we have a vision to looking at what the net benefit will be to our city here in the South Bay, I believe this would be a positive move. But I'm looking forward to advancing this study, and I want to thank all of our departments for weighing in and just giving us black and white numbers, because without that, we can't move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. I too am supportive of forwarding this to see where we land with it. The question that I had was about spending the $3 million on building out the substation for McMaster. Right now, we have a centralized location that our police responds from. We used to have substations all over, but they're not for operational. Why do we need to do a fully operational substation out of McMaster Park? Could police officers not respond from the current centralized location?
Councilwoman Ian Daly, the city manager's office. It came up in the one-on-one meeting we had with the police department as something that could or should be considered. Yes, they could respond from the main police station, but having a resource up in the northern area was something that was recommended as something to be considered. I could look to the police chief if it's a core essential, but did come up in those conversations. Thank you.
Chief, do you have anything to add? Since we don't have the responses from anywhere else in the city of Torrance, I'm just wondering why.
Good evening, Jay Hart, Chief of Police. The conversation was really scaffolding off of the historical conversation we had when there was dialogue about possibly taking over policing in Palos Verdes. One of the best practices there is, as you start to grow, how do you grade the services for the people there when the demand goes up, especially for the initial couple of years. During the dialogue of the conversations, we were putting on the paper what the cost could be if we did move forward with meeting the demands of a substation where those people can be able to have a better point of contact instead of coming all the way to the central part of the city. It is not an absolute must, but that is one of those things that is most commonly looked at, so we put it on the paper to have dialogue about the idea of a possible fixed substation where this new community and everything attached to it could go to the police department. Also having detectives, motors, there at a place where they are closer to the north end. Historically in the city of Torrance, when you look at the way we deploy resources, we have always placed 2 officers in the north end of the city, 2 distinct cars, because the calls of service and the distance from the police station to get to them quickly. We were also putting that in the considerations at this time. This is all preliminary, but that was some of the dialogue going on to the police department on the decision to add that to the report.
But when we have the same situation on the south end as well, I mean, the same distance would apply, would it not? For those residents, they're kind of like on the upper edge.
Right. When it comes to calls for service in that area, we have been able to fully handle calls for service with 1 unit in the south end with that area. So we've never really seen a need for that at this time, based on calls for service.
My other question to that is on the fire response. Is there any opportunity where we could take over an existing station, maybe that LA County operates out of?
Excuse me, Councilwoman David Dumais, Fire Chief. Not in that section of property that we're talking about. There's Lawndale has, pardon me, a station that's a few blocks west, and the other stations would put us out of the response time area that we'd be looking at.
And any opportunities to share with El Camino, maybe building out that facility as well, where you can use it as a, kind of like we do in the south end?
Right, and what Mr. Daly pointed out is when we did our analysis, there's a huge roadblock getting from where El Camino's putting their regional training center to the residents on Manhattan Beach Boulevard, and that's going all the way around and providing that service. It puts us at a disadvantage, as other Torrance residents have, for our response times.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to see this move forward. I think, I mean, they're not making any more land, so any opportunity that we have to be able to expand services, I think could be a good thing for Torrance. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and a lot of work went into this. I appreciate it very much. What would be next steps if, from the sound of it, it looks like this might be moving forward? What would be next steps, particularly, were all the potential revenues placed into here and considered, or only what's actually, the revenues that are actually being yielded right now?
Councilwoman Ian Daly with the City Manager's Office. The revenues included in this report are based on the reality that exists today with respect to El Camino Village. It makes no assumption for the future and any impact of annexing that into the city of Torrance. Property tax growth is not assumed in here. It's based on the existing net assessed value of that area, for example.
Okay, but one might assume that our expenses would grow as well as any potential income.
Councilwoman, that's exactly correct. So as a snapshot in time, current costs, current revenue, that's what's presented in this report before you tonight. In terms of next steps, we need to further refine the details on the general fund analysis, consult with Public Works and Community Services farther. We would need to engage with the county to start to understand, would the park be included, validate the reserve fund comments made by Councilman Kaji, understand if that golf course operates at a profit or a loss. We would need to engage with the city's impact with respect to the spheres of influence. That would be Lawndale and Hawthorne. And then further expand the analysis to include sources beyond the general fund, sanitation, sewer, impacts to street sweeping programs, as well as paving maintenance and how that would impact our demand for SB1 and gas tax funds as well. So we'd have to definitely expand the analysis further to get a more holistic understanding as an entire city.
Now that I'm Chairman, City Manager, we'll have to start doing some budget forecasting exercises to be able to account for that additional expenditure as far as the 5-year, 10-year projections.
So that was my question. Where would a $11 million loss a year come from? How would we
The one-time
pay
funding
for
may
that?
come from our reserves, which we've been focused on rebuilding. The ongoing would be a combination of potential budget reductions or revenue offsets. It is a significant cost item as far as $11 million, but that doesn't take into account potential development opportunities or partnerships. But as it stands in this report, we have to bring back a revised budget, and I can turn over to our finance director to provide additional input.
Good evening, Sheila Hassan with Finance. That's correct what the city manager had stated. Absent an additional recurring revenue of this magnitude, which would probably mean some sort of tax measure, then that would mean we would have to look at our budget and see what other reductions in service can be made to accommodate. Once, as Mr. Daly had mentioned, once we refine what the general fund costs would be, and also include what the enterprise fund costs would be. And as the city manager mentioned, for the one-time cost, we could dip into our reserves. However, the city council would have to consider whether or not we'd want to use a third of the reserves that we've built up to this point.
And timing to do this development, would that be on the golf course? Would that be?
I think it's a multi-year approach. We would approach LAFCO, and then in engagement with the LA County, determine what would be that opportunity for the city to take over Alondra Park, and then renegotiate potential leases or development opportunities, zoning. Those will all be subject. So I think we're looking at a multi-year approach. Mr. Daly, if you want to.
And would that, I'm sorry, I have a few questions.
Sure.
Would that impair the development opportunities that we're already trying to do here on, our civic center?
This is a separate area. I don't think you would have a direct correlation to the city projects.
Well, funding-wise, aren't we in the middle of trying to do that right now?
It would be another consideration for us to come up with as Finance Director mentioned, we may have to explore additional sales tax measure to bring in that new revenue to catch up to future development. There's options. We can bring you a funding model and show you what what that would
I
look
see.
like as
May-
it impacts our budget.
May I ask, what have we spent up to now, both hard dollar and soft dollar costs on this? So hard dollar paying DTA, soft dollar with all the staff time, and what are you estimating it's going to cost us to take this to the next step? Please.
Hard costs, Councilwoman, Ian Daly, City Manager's Office, in the area of $10,000 for DTA to support this. I don't believe there is any additional costs with respect to the fire department to have Deccan support the attachment to this report. Staff time, I'd have to tally it up. I don't know. I mean, there's been 8 people involved at least in this, spending several hours, and then to take this further would be certainly in the tens of thousands of dollars between additional hard costs, vendor, support from outside consultant like DTA, as well as involving more people in more departments to really refine and expand the true full cost of this. Would just be round numbers off the top of my head.
And I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I don't see everybody jumping out of their seat to try to take on this endeavor. Do you not want to comment? Or am I misunderstanding?
Our job was to bring back, excuse me, Councilwoman, our staff's responsibility was to bring the report and our findings. We will proceed with council direction. Again, if it's there's 2 issues here. There's hard dollars, both ongoing and one time, and then there's a visionary discussion as far as our boundaries, the growth, the potential. Those were not the areas that staff focused on, but there could be a potential consideration should council wish to proceed as far as more of a visioning. What does Torrance in 10, 20 years look like? What type of opportunities are there for? I think the opportunities will rely on rezoning as far as density, turnover, as Councilman Matucci said, as far as the commercial corridor, and then we can determine what type of potential development interest. But all those will have carrying costs to the city, and we have a due diligence to your body to lay out some of the considerations as far as budgetary impacts. Unless we significantly change our reserve policy and readjust expectations moving forward, depending on council's vision, timeframe-wise, when we want to enter into this effort.
So you brought up an interesting point. Taking this on, then what should our reserves be?
That would be a direction from council because we've been so set on rebuilding our reserve.
No, under our current policy.
2020, we're aiming for 25%. And I know we came out of the pandemic. There was amped up demand, as we shared with you in our financial discussions. We're seeing sales tax somewhat flattening. We're hoping to bring in new business, as you've seen with Apple and some other pursuits. Those will create incremental revenue, but it won't be to the extent where we can cover $11 million on initial estimates as we've learned.
Right. We've all been talking about the fact that we have incredible potential still in Torrance. We have not maximized everything we can possibly do to continue to grow within our own city limits right now. Is that correct?
We have significant demand for housing and also light industrial development. We have the areas that are open are becoming shrinking with some of the major projects. In the next few years, with the redevelopment of the former Sears site, the future the location on the corner of across from the city yard, I think we can state the ownership, right? Yes. Prologis, and then the fourth phase of Ceres Regis over at the former Toyota site. Torrance is, and the infill that we're experiencing all around Civic Center, and the last one will be the redevelopment of the Civic Center. So in a 5 to 10 year window, I believe Torrance will experience growth.
Will experience growth.
Absolutely, based on the direction of the council and with the interest that we're experiencing with both residential and commercial industrial developers.
I get it. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, for me right now, I feel we need to, I guess the word is live within our means. I think this is a really, really risky endeavor. It's beautiful to think about. I think it's really risky for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ian, for the detailed report. Thank you for hard work. Give a lot of good information. Couple of things I didn't see in this report. The crime rate in that area. Have we looked at on that little segment that we wanted to capture or absorb any data that we?
Councilman Ian Daly, the city manager's office. I'm not sure if the chief can speak to this on the fly, but that was not part of the analysis. It was purely a response time, what would be the impacts there, and then the fiscal components. We didn't analyze crime statistics as part of it.
Councilman, we just looked strictly on population and calls for service projections, but we didn't analyze as far as, we know historically, as the chief said, that we've dedicated additional units in North Torrance, which is adjacent to this area. So if we were to follow the same logic, then we will probably experience higher call service volume from this area since it's adjacent to an existing area of Torrance. Not to say there's a huge variation, just from a geographic coverage and response time. But we have not done a crime demand analysis as part of this phase.
Right. In theory, it does make sense to have more space area, but we don't want to carry the dead weight. I mean, I don't want it to annex something that will give us more issues. And I think security and the safety of that region, I think it's a paramount. We should look into that before we take on this endeavor. That should be a major part of the equation. Also, Ian, you mentioned earlier, Mr. Daly, that there are 2,804 residential area?
That's correct.
Are those single house or a single home residential or apartments? I don't have that. I didn't see that.
I just know that it's 2,804 units classified as residential.
Okay, it's a 1 square mile, so I don't, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Councilman Sheikh, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Mr. Daly is correct in terms of the unit count, but from experience, the bulk of it is single-family residential.
Single family.
Existing single-family residential.
Alco has its own, El Camino College has its own police as well, right?
That is correct. Yes.
So are we taking into consideration with the 13 included those, or in addition to, I don't know how many police officers?
I believe in addition, El Camino, as Councilman Kaji mentioned, it's about, I checked the numbers, around 25,000 full-time and part-time students, notwithstanding the faculty. So they have their existing, which is typically the case. Most colleges and universities have law enforcement specific to their campus and jurisdiction. There'll be partnership opportunities, obviously. And I think at some point there was some discussion about the city of Torrance providing support, but we've been so focused on our own staffing response model that we haven't pursued that.
Will we get any subsidy from county or anything if we take over? That's got to be some kind of resources coming to us, or we just annex that part?
Councilman Ian Daly, City Manager's Office again. From our perspective, it's taking over the taxes collected, and then really the only thing that's kind of up for debate, so to speak, would be the property tax split, like we mentioned. And so of that general fund percentage, of which right now they collect 29.01%, what amount of that would we receive would be part of that negotiation, as well as the fire protection and the library services components as well, truly. Our assumption is we get all of that, and in this analysis, it's 50% of that 29%.
Excuse me. if we take on this endeavor, what's the time frame we're looking at it's going to go in the ballot and the El Camino Village, they'll vote on this?
Councilman Ian Daly, again, City Manager's Office. This is a multi-year effort. It does not necessarily go on the ballot. So LAFCO would conduct an outreach process that would notice residents in the area as well as 300 feet surrounding. If less than 25% of the registered voters, if less than 25% protest, then it automatically passes and becomes annexed in. If more than 25% protest the annexation, then it would trigger a ballot measure, of which we'd be financially responsible for funding.
Do we know the finances for that El Camino Village? If we know how they're sustaining their operating, I mean, it's under county, right?
That's correct, Councilman. This is unincorporated LA County, yes.
Do they have that little segment? Do they have their own operating expense separated with their revenue piece, or we don't have that?
Councilman Ian Daly again. I think one key component, one of the biggest cost drivers here is the fire department, right? So they have fire stations in the area, not specific in the boundaries of that, and so they have greater flexibility with those types of resources. So by us needing to add that fire station, that's a significant driver of cost on that side of the equation here, which makes it a bit more challenging to overcome. For them, they're serving different communities and areas, and so they, as a result of that, have built-in flexibility that kind of mitigate or manage that cost component.
And Councilman, Honorable City Manager, LA County has about 1 million unincorporated, million residents living in unincorporated areas. And there's also cities, as you know, contract cities, which contract with LA County for services. So it's a combination of unincorporated areas, also neighboring cities. And so they'll be leveraging the Lawndale, I imagine, the fire station to provide service. But we can't utilize another city's facilities. I'm not saying we can't, it's just another point of discussion, but I'm not aware of any hybrid models where county and city, we do mutual aid support as we've done in the recent fires, but that's why we are treating this as a new area of Torrance and to provide the level of service that our residents, as Torrance residents, enjoy and rely on.
I think it's a good idea, but I think we don't have enough information to, or for me, it's important for me to see what's the crime rate for that area, and I think I would recommend to look into that aspect and see what are the demographics and how much will be hard on our police staff. We're already struggling with a lot of staff. So I would like to...
Sure, if that's your wish, we can include that in our future studies as far as the service impacts and demands.
Yeah, I think without that information, it's very difficult for me to say yes on this. I need to have more, I mean, I like the concept. It's a good idea to annex, but I do not want to carry dead weight that will burden us more, and we have more time taken from our officers, taking all those calls, especially the substations, whatever. If that's the case, I'd rather be more prudent now to make that decision than just regretting afterwards.
Sure. We can tell you, based on just sheer volume of adding residents, that'll increase our calls for service. We're already challenged with vacancies, and thanks to you, the council, we have implemented several incentive programs, but that takes time to catch up. And crime trends will vary. But even if everything stays as is, adding additional residents on top of granted we lost residents, we're adding new units, but this is just from a purely service delivery. Now, whether or not additional crime will require more resources, that's a reasonable expectation. But we are, again, we'll serve at your pleasure as much information that we can publicly gather in comparison to what a baseline of a typical Torrance neighborhood is.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to bring it back and with more information, especially the crime rate in that area, and that'll be my. I mean, we still have more council people to come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gerson.
Thank you, Mayor. So originally, I was an enthusiastic thumbs up. I was very excited, especially Al Camino College, the relationship that Torrance Unified has had with them and seeing them become a part of the city. Alondra Park, amazing, talking about it and adding on some new land. It all sounds wonderful. I am very much into creativity and innovative thought. And even though there were some red flags, I still don't want to hurt the creative process. And so I was an enthusiastic supporter. Now, as we've gotten some more data, we've spent over $10,000 and a lot of staff work. It's time to do a little bit of analysis, and my enthusiasm is greatly decreased. First of all, public safety is a priority of many people sitting up here. I've heard you guys talk about it a lot. And so I'm glad that we kind of started to delve into that, which is that public safety wise, our police department is understaffed by dozens of officers, and we have a need amongst our residents right now. So in my district, I hear a lot still about car theft, catalytic converter theft, issues with homeless. We just had to contract out parking enforcement for additional, we can't handle street sweeping. Like, there are a lot of things on the public safety side that we are trying to improve. As you discussed, putting in, these bonuses to try and get people to move laterally. And so we're trying to grow the police force so that we can do a good job for the residents we have. We've approved a lot of new units, housing units to come online. That is going to increase calls for service as is. And we have a lot of units to build to meet the RENA requirements. And so those calls for service are going to continue to increase as is. I knew the fire station was going to be an issue. Lawndale, Gardena, both having county fire stations. Hearing the cost, not surprising, was expected. That alone doesn't necessarily concern me, although we have a Class 1 fire department and have had it for 30 years. Our chief did a wonderful job this evening explaining. And the infrastructure that the county has is different than the infrastructure we have. And so I know we have not delved deeply into that and how that affects of how we can do that kind of service. Property values, huge, very important. By slapping the Torrance name on the city, that does not automatically increase property values. School district. So whenever the city asks residents, what are your favorite parts of Torrance? Number 1, always Torrance Unified. Number 2, always Torrance Police Department. Number 3, always Torrance Fire Department. It's been that way for decades. I have spoken with the superintendent of Torrance Unified and the president of the school board. And they're not interested in fighting legally with Lawndale over their school, or environmental charters also over there. And so Torrance Unified is not a ready partner to jump in and try and absorb and fight with other school districts. With declining enrollment, it's not a pretty picture, and while Torrance Unified is doing a great job of advertising and taking some people, for example, from some neighboring school districts we won't mention, they're not interested in getting into a big fight and battle is what I'm taking. Alondra Park, amazing to talk about green space, but how much time have we talked about the condition of our parks already? Decades of neglect. I know council members up here have taken pictures at our parks of things that need to be taken care of, dangerous situations. Had a great conversation with Mr. Daly about playgrounds and our shared vision of safe play spaces for our kids. Sandboxes are gone. People used to hide razor blades and and syringes, and it wasn't safe for children. We now have wood chips, but those nice soft foam landings that protect kids from head trauma should they fall, those are expensive. And to really get quality parks takes a lot of money, and it's going to take us years. SST is passed, and it's doing a lot of good, but here we are talking about the need possibly of having more tax to be able to absorb of this additional land. And we're trying to rebuild reserves, to spend our reserves on something that's not already here that we should be paying attention to, which gets me to the Civic Center Master Plan. A lot of time and energy and money has been put into that, and the potential there is huge here in the core of our city in changing, in just, I mean, we've had conversations. You know the potential there. Is that going away? Because that's expensive, and that's going to require the people of Torrance really coming by and supporting it, because that's huge potential. But if we're spending our reserves to annex some land that may or may not become profitable in a decade or two, versus giving up the Civic Center Master Plan, which I wasn't here at the beginning, but I was very happy to jump in and participate, and can see great future potential there. So I'm afraid to send staff off to spend more money on something that I'm okay with risk if that reward is worth the risk. I don't see the reward. I do see reward here of focusing on those things that we've already discussed and have in motion, and not going in several different directions so that we accomplish nothing in my very short time up here. So I would like to see us focus on those really big things, get our parks up to what we think is great, get that Civic Center Master Plan going, and really help our police be able to cover our city. So at this time, I want to thank staff for all the work you've done on it. My enthusiasm has pulled back, and I'd like to see us focus on something else. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, and I appreciate the comments from all the members related to this issue of annexation. A few observations that I've gained over the years is looking at the growth of the United States, most of the significant infrastructure projects in the United States have been as a result of what we term public-private partnerships. The private economy has many times stepped up to underwrite and build projects such as the Transcontinental Railway or the Panama Canal, where you have private companies who have stepped up with their private capital and have built these mega projects throughout the United States, and also here in the state of California, here in LA County, and throughout cities. We are constantly engaged in these partnerships. As an example, at the airport, on the airport properties, the city has historically entered into long-term agreements with private developers to build out commercial retail centers, to build out Robinson Aircraft, and a number of other projects. So this city is not new to those type of structures. Looking at what has been presented in this report as expenses, it's not unusual for private partnerships to enter into agreements with cities to build such facilities, such as like the Civic Center Master Plan, which creates opportunities for participation by, let's say, hospitality companies who want to build a hotel, perhaps selected restaurants who want a location on some of our strategic corners. Those structures work. Those structures will generate revenue for the city. When I do look at the El Camino Village concept, to me, stepping back and having grown up in Gardena and the South Bay all my life, to me that area has always been sort of a forgotten part of Los Angeles County. Because it's unincorporated, it's not Torrance, it's not Hawthorne, it's not Lawndale, it's not Gardena. So what I would envision, first of all, looking at some of these projected capital costs, I don't think, I mean, using reserves and using the general fund, that's just one way to achieve, let's say, the building of a new fire station or police substation up in North Torrance. That's just one way. But if the private economy says if there's an opportunity and we can provide our own outside capital, we can underwrite this, we'll finance it, we'll build it to the city specifications. You'll have a turnkey operation, and you'll in turn pay a ground lease to us for utilizing the facility. That happens all the time. But also, if this area does fall within the city of Torrance, we have the power to come up with a master plan for that area. We have the power to entitle properties, especially when I look at Crenshaw. It is grossly underdeveloped. The properties that are there are in disrepair. They're single story. They're not, to me, they're grossly underutilized, and they should be generating more sales tax revenue, more property tax revenue to the County of Los Angeles, but it's not. Why? Because it's a forgotten part of LA County. But if that falls within our city's comprehensive land planning, I think we can bring what we have here and really light up that part of Crenshaw, which to me is devoid of any new tenants. The commercial opportunity and activity there is very low level. And if we can then identify opportunities for new developers coming in, that adds value if that's part of Torrance. Additionally, when I look at Alondra Park, and you look at the maintenance there, yeah, it's bad. It's real bad. And those residents that I've met in El Camino Village, they complain about it. But once again, they're just one small part of LA County, one small part of a supervisorial district. So I think we need more information. I don't think we have enough, as Councilmember Shake mentioned. As I've talked to the residents, and I'll see them on Thursday night at their neighborhood watch meeting up at Alondra Park, they'll have members of LA County Sheriffs, and they're serviced by the Lennox substation, not the substation that's located on Prairie. They're very specific that if they place an emergency call, officers have to come from the Lennox station, and it takes a while for them to drive there to get to El Camino Village. But because they have a very tightly networked neighborhood watch group there, they've told me they believe their neighborhood is safer than North Torrance District 1. I don't have the data, but I think I'll find out on Thursday night. So I believe that going forward, this is just kind of the beginning, but I'm looking at this as a great opportunity for our city if we step in and do it with the support of those residents there. I think we can enhance value in a way that LA County has not ever considered doing. And then maybe up front right now, it looks like it's going to cost us money if we do step in. But I think long term, if we continue to look at how we can add value to that neighborhood, I think it's going to pay off in the long term for us. So I'd like for us to continue down this path and get more data, because I don't think we can make a definitive decision tonight unless we do have more information. Thank you.
Yeah, let me put some thoughts together before I call on Councilwoman Kalani. I sense some of the where we're moving. I'm always going to say let's take a 5-minute break because we can, now we can think better. Maybe we should. It seems like there's a little bit of a mix, a little internal tugging. A simple ROI, we don't see it on paper. I know it's around, and if we want to move this forward, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm wondering if this is an opportunity for what we call a little ad hoc committee from a small group within the council that could work with city staff and do a little bit of visioning, before we send staff off on another series of projects, because I think it needs a little bit more visioning and guidance. Because some of the things I'm hearing, it's almost like I'm almost hearing, oh, maybe we should look at this, this, and this. That's sort of a thought that just came in my mind as we're discussing, because I think we appreciate what the staff has done, but I think we owe it with a little bit more visioning on this one. That's what my thought is, and it may be we have to determine who's in the ad hoc committee, maybe the ones who's got a lot of thoughts, and that's where I'm thinking right now. But Councilwoman Kalani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I guess I think back to decisions that were made over time. And one, I think we need to get back to the business of Torrance. But, there was property north of the Civic Center that we said, too much money, can't afford that right now. That's opportunity right here in front of us. And it's a blank slate. And we bypassed on that. And there's other opportunities in Torrance. There's the corner of Sepulveda and Hawthorne. And we're saying, let's don't think about Torrance. Let's go outside of Torrance. And $11 million a year, a lot of ifs, if we do this, if we do that, it's risky to me. I don't think we're in that position. And I don't want to go back to the voters and say, so that we can, go outside of the city, we're gonna raise your taxes. I think we already need to, and I don't like taxes, we already need some more taxes to just protect our interests so that our residents aren't paying for other people's needs. We need to keep monies here. So I feel strongly that this is a risk. I want to use resources to see what we can do within our city. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else have any thoughts? Or I know I shared my thoughts on what is a potential way before we, go full bore. The ad hoc committee to me it's a little baby step. Have any of my colleagues have any want to make a motion on where we want to go from here? I just threw an idea, because I know right after this vote, I'm going to be calling a break. I think everybody wants one. Councilman Kaji, you want to give it a try?
Sure. I like the idea of creating an ad hoc committee. There's no immediacy on doing this like tonight, making a decision, yes, we'll go forward with annexation. We're not at that point anywhere near there, and I'm not suggesting that. I do think that this needs to have serious thought and analysis, so that if that time comes where we do make that decision, everything has been looked at, every potential has been considered. We put it through an intensive SWOT analysis, so that not only for ourselves as members, but for the public, everyone knows exactly what this means. But this city is not, annexation in Torrance is not an unknown over the history of the city. When it was founded, it was only 1 square mile, and now we're 21. So growth occurred by way of annexing different sites. I'm sure, I have to think, there might have been similar discussion in the past. Do we want to annex that northern part that's full of cows and dairies? I don't know. But I think, I would like to make a motion that we continue the discussion, and if it requires creating an ad hoc committee under the mayor, for you to maybe appoint certain members of the council to sit on the ad hoc committee, and then to work with city staff and then report back to the council. I'd like to make that motion.
Second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Lewis. Thank you. Your Honor, that motion passes. Councilmember Gerson, Kalani, and Shake voting no.
Okay. Thank you. And let's take a 10-minute break, a quick 10-minute break, not a 20-minute break. Thank you.